Okay, so today I'm going to officially start my Permadeath horror game Gauntlet, and this was something I was flirting with the idea of doing a couple days ago, but I wasn't quite committed to it yet, so now I'm going to actually do it officially, which is going to be... It started with Halloween. I figured, oh, I should just play a horror game on a whim. But then by doing that, I discovered like sort of a weird subgenre of horror that kind of interests me now. Games that sort of listen to your microphone. So all of these are going to be mic-enabled games that like, oh, if you talk, the monster can hear you, or there's some other interaction with it. So I played like Silent Breath, the one where you're going through the forest and like all this shit keeps coming out at you, like the little spiders and stuff. So that was one. And then I was gonna do it Permadeath even from the beginning of that, because I just like to do everything in Permadeath all the time. Like a first playthrough Permadeath, when I die in one, I just have to move on to the next one and that's it. But some of these have such a knee-jerk quick kind of thing, like you'll die, you're expected to die over and over, like Five Nights at Freddy. You're not meant to do that in one try, right? Baldi's Basics, you're meant to do Slender the 8 Pages. You're meant to die over and over and do a trial and error and learn how the monsters work and stuff like that, right? They have all these different attributes, and you know, the foxy one is faster, and the, you know, whatever. So that's how a lot of these games are designed, and there might be some gimmick little thing that you die to very quickly. So that was kind of unsatisfying. So I'm like, fuck it, let me just try again. And so I didn't really commit to the Permadeath then. I did Silent Breath. I did the little Red Hood one, which is like where you have to scream to turn around and stuff. I like the idea of some of these, but that was kind of gimmicky a little bit because you have to overuse the mechanic. And then I tried Albedo, which that had a really cool use of the mechanic where you use it to like cast spells and just to talk to the guy and say yes or no. Right, so you're casting different spells for different effects, like to hide and stuff like that. And then I tried Tonsil Terror, which was really dumb. More like Tonsil Terrible. It was just a terrible game where you can't see and you have to keep talking or yelling just to open your mouth to be able to see. That one was kind of irritating. So the worst uses of the mechanic. And then finally, one more. I did Escape the Aoyaki, or however you say it. And that was over very quickly. I died in like the first room. Right, some of these you're just feeling out the mechanics, and they don't always have the greatest tutorial. So I like shined my flashlight at him, but he didn't see me, which you're not meant to do. Because in most horror games, you know, like Last of Us or something, they can't see the flashlight. You're normally not punished for that. But he didn't see me there, even though it tells you that that is a failure state. Like, oh, if you shine the flashlight, he will see you. But beyond that, then he goes back, but then I just wait under the table, and then he comes back, and then he sees me. So I don't know exactly how that happened, but I died very quickly there. So yeah, we're gonna do every game as Permadeath as soon as I die or reach a failure state of some kind. Even if it's not a death, it's like some sort of mini game that you fail or other quest or something, right? You're supposed to protect your sister, and if they die, then that counts as well as a failure state. Then I'll move on to the next one, so it's going to be very firm, very strict in that way. And I have a whole bunch of them that I actually bought. I bought like 10 of them, and they're all going to be mic-enabled games. And I'll use this format then to segue into my next format, which is going to be the itch.io Gauntlet, because I discovered some of these from there. Right, and so I thought, oh, it's a good opportunity to do that. So that'll just be where I play random games on there. It doesn't have to be horror. It could just be anything, because I haven't played like really probably anything on there. And there's a lot of free games, indie games, you know, just sort of fan obscure type games that I've never gotten around to, so it would be a good opportunity to do that. And I'll do the same thing there. Like, I'll play the most popular, well-known kind of games on there, and it's very unlikely I've played any of them. And I'll do each of them until I die or reach a failure state or obviously beat the game. So there'll be first playthrough Permadeath there as well. So right now my formats are obviously just chess, which I always do in some form anyway. So like since PvZ Heroes ended, I played chess for like a week, just as almost like a filler category, and I didn't know what else to really do with it. Right, it was just there because I was kind of at a crossroads where I'm changing what I'm going to be doing, and so I just started this on a whim on Halloween, and I didn't think I'd make a full format out of it. So I said, you know, just let me just try a horror game, and it happened to be one that had the mic mechanic, so it's interesting, but sometimes they use it as a gimmick, so we'll see. So supposedly all these games have that as a mechanic in some form. It might just be in a super minor way, though, where it won't really matter. But I got like 10 of them on Steam, and you might think, oh, that's excessive, but I only spent like $40 because I wouldn't have done them all together. You might think like, oh, I'll just buy one at a time when I'm ready to play it, because clearly I'm not going to die super quickly and have to jump from one to the next, right? That never happens like when I do a Permadeath Gauntlet type format. But the reality is that they were all like on sale because of Halloween or whatever, so I just tried to take advantage of that. So a lot of them were 50 or 80% off even. So yeah, I bought 10 different ones, and I'm not really doing them in any particular order, just the order they appear on Steam, which I don't even think is the order I added them to my cart or whatever. But yeah, so these are the formats that I'm going to vacillate between. Right, chess is going to be there obviously whenever I have time or whenever I feel like. This is going to be a firm format. We're going to go through all of these, whether I beat them or die. Move on to the next one. And then I'll do the itch.io Gauntlet, which is going to be, you know, again, a lot of free games, a lot of indie games, a lot of just obscure games on there that I've never played. And I'll go, again, permadeath with all those. So this is kind of scuffed the way that this is presented. Like, the graphics are not very good here. Until the dragon is barely visible. Sometimes you have to overcorrect for this too, because... God damn, you almost have to have it all the way up there. The problem is that, like, I was looking at that with Until Dawn, where, like, I could see the symbol, but then in the video, it was, like, a little bit... I don't know. In the video, it was barely as good, like... You know, it's darker in the stream and the video when I went to upload it and stuff than it was actually in the game when I was playing it. So you have to kind of overcorrect, but then it feels like cheating. So yeah, we're gonna look at this and we're going to there's another format I was thinking of doing if I have like a little more time in some of these sessions, like how I was doing last time. I play chess until I lose a game. So either I have a really good session and I just go on a win streak or a bunch of draws, but if I lose a game, then I'm forced to move on to this format and I can't play chess anymore that session. And then I'm forced to play a horror game and I'm forced to play it even at night. Like, that's some form of punishment. So, you know, like right now I'm playing at night. Normally I don't stream at night that much lately anyway, but, you know, oh, that could make it more scary and stuff. But why is the resolution so fucked up? But yeah, let's see how it even detects my mic, because... none of the other things should really matter too much. Field of view, full, high. But no, I haven't played too many horror games in general, so this is kind of a refreshing thing. This is what I like about the stage of my schedule I'm at now. Even though I don't have a lot of time to play stuff, is the screen really meant to just be black like this right now? Even though I don't have a lot of time, I'm very open to just doing all kinds of off-the-wall formats. So I did this totally on a whim, right? I wasn't planning on doing these, but... let's see how good they use these mic mechanics. And of course, my whole trope with that is I'm the quiet gamer, so I could just win by simply not... Yeah, I don't know. See, now it's not going to have the integration, and it's going to be like, oh, I got baited by the fact that it somehow showed up when I looked up mic enable type games. Master volume, music volume, because it should be showing something as far as... it should be showing something as far as my mic. Otherwise, how would it know that? I don't really know. That's going to be lame, so don't knock twice. More like don't die once, because if I do, I can't play the game anymore. But, yeah, we could do that. Like, where if I play chess and then if I lose a game, I do my second series, whether it be this or something else that I'm doing. So chess is always in front, and it's like only when I lose or if I lose would I go and move on to another category, which is kind of what I did for a while there with the classical. I would do classical anyway, you know, and play classical games until I lose one. And it would take so long anyway that it would feel kind of worth it. Like, you're spending an hour doing it. So even if you lose, that's a substantial session. So yeah, this is going to be good. And you know what? Let me just read through the names of the games. Not to give anything away, but these are the 10 games that I bought like yesterday. And it was like, again, it was only like $40, which some of them are pretty cheap anyway because they're sort of obscure. Yeah, the ones that I played were Silent Breath, which again wasn't permadeath because I died a couple times. I was sort of unsatisfied. I went in thinking that it would be like, oh yeah, it's totally going to be if I die once, but then I died so quickly, unsatisfyingly, that I fucked it up. Yeah, Silent Breath, the Red Hood one, right, where you're being chased by the werewolf, big bad wolf, whatever. Then number 3 was Albedo with the spells. That one was kind of cool. That might have been my favorite one. And then number 4 was... which one? I can't remember now. It was... none of these were on Steam, right? Escape the Aoyaki thing. I guess that might have been it. Because I think I did Albedo in like 2 different sessions because it was... I didn't die, I guess, immediately. Yeah, we got this one. Emily Wants to Play is another one. Stay Close. Midnight Evil, which is the one where you're reading the book as a little kid. That's all I know about it. In Silence. Fears to Fathom episode 2, and I think I might use that to actually play episode 1 first, just because I think episode 1's free, actually, as I was looking at it. The Classrooms, which is kind of like inspired by the Backrooms, I guess. One of those things that becomes overused over time. Super Normal, Panic Core, Psychopath Massacre, and then this one. So is that 10? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't really see any of this, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, perfect. So, I mean, that's a good substantial amount to go through for Gauntlet. I don't think I'd want to do too many more than that, but... Alright, so let's go ahead, go in. I wonder what kind of story and stuff they have. Some of these can be super light on tutorials, but I guess those were sort of more free games. Didn't I feel like I played 5? Silent Breath, Red Hood, Albedo, and... oh, yeah, Tonsil Terror was kind of dog shit. Like, if I was to rank them, what? Albedo number 1, Silent Breath number 2, Tonsil Terror number 5... And then Red Hood, like, number 4. Number 3 could be, like, Escape the Aoyaki, because I couldn't even fucking... I can't even say it, first of all, but... Sometimes what gets me in trouble is you're meant to do it in, like, a very linear, scripted way. Like, oh, if you dilly-dally too much, now you'll die. But... You know, I always like to explore around and be all immersive in OCD and stuff. So my whole realization is that... yeah, let me say it again. Okay, the best one of those 5 was Albedo. I like the way that it uses the spells, and you're using the voice for that, and it had a good atmosphere and whatever. So that one, and it doesn't start off too bullshit, like where it gives you some time to get into it before you potentially die, and it doesn't just get rid of you right away. So Albedo was good, clever use of mechanic, just using it for the spell and talking to the guy saying yes or no. Number 2 was probably Silent Breath, was kind of okay, but it is one of those trial and error type of games where just a bunch of random shit is happening, and it almost makes it seem weird because, again, one quiet gamer, more like one silent gamer. If I was just playing it by myself, right, like I'm not streaming or giving commentary, what would the mic mechanic matter? I just wouldn't say anything because I'm not, why would you be talking to yourself when you're playing something like, oh, it's so scary that you're gonna scream? Like, really, dude? I'm just not the type to do that. The only type of fear that gets me a little bit is like the grating uncomfortableness over like a long period of time, right? Like if there's just some little ambience in the background and stuff like that, it's not like a sudden jump scare is not really going to do much for me. I might startle back a little bit. So yeah, Silent Breath, a good production value, but it's a little gimmicky too. Number 3 could have been the Escape the Aoyaki, even though it ended quickly. I keep butchering how to say it probably. Number 4, Little Red Hood, where it's a total gimmick the way that it's a total gimmick the way that you basically get to have to keep screaming, keep whispering all the time to jump over the obstacles and keep yelling to turn around and fucking see the wolf and flash it with your flashlight. And then number 5 is obviously the worst one of all, was Tonsil Terror. So number 3 I didn't get to experience much though, because I died in like literally the first room. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to explore every single thing ever. And looking at somebody's Facebook profile, it could be that some of the stuff is meant to be... I see something pop up, but... The fuck? Grab. I'm going to take my time for now, and I'm going to assume that they're not going to kill me, but I can't see anything either. It's probably worse even on stream. But no, these games can be super... These games can be super atmospheric, and as soon as I say that, some fucking crazy noise happens. This would be kind of a fun graphicscape in which to play chess. Let's sit, like, this is like all those 3D chess games I was obsessed with. Let's sit on the table here and play chess here with this kind of visuals, like the way Chess Ultra tries to do it, or the way that chess exclamation mark was. Like, you can play rated games on the chess, but you sit here and you do it like in just a 3D setting that is kind of more immersive and simulates real life. I'm gonna die to the fire by walking in there, and a lot of these games all have VR capability too, or like this whole gimmick is predicated more around horror games. There's no reason why you couldn't do it with other games overall, but like with any genre necessarily. You have like a little candlestick. Can we just light the candle on the fire? Yeah, that's the first thing I want to do. This is actually kind of an immersive thing to do too, in the fact that, well, how do I do it then? Oh, just by crouching. Clever use of mechanics. Relight my fire. That's one thing I find very immersion breaking, and I hate it. The fucking stupid ass Steam notifications. In fact, I've always thought that there's no way to turn it off, because I think I looked it up once how to turn it off, but let me try to see. And I think you can even see them on stream. Like, that's so bullshit. Every little thing you do, oh, you walked 5 steps, oh, you did this or that, and it'll keep bothering you. What was I saying? Just you feel like that guy in Luigi's Mansion, the little fucking ghost who's running around and stalking Melody or whatever. Don't knock twice, but he's knocking way more than twice. But I think for now we can sort of AFK it. I doubt it would punish me too hard. And of course this light doesn't work the way a light normally would work. Or we're going to end up using the phone for light. Like, let's test it. Let's use this one as a total test example with respect to... First of all, I don't understand, even if the voicing... I'm billing this as, oh yeah, this is meant to be a... I don't know what the fuck we're even doing here. I'm assuming it's not opening, but I don't know what that symbol exactly is. I am saying it's microphone enabled ones, but I don't know to what extent it matters. Maybe just like when it has to do with the phone or something. There's no feedback that it's giving me that I'm even using my mic at all. Focus. How do I like rotate here? Private and confidential. In the event of non-delivery, please return to P.O. Box something Malaysia. Oh shit, I dropped it on the ground. I'm just gonna be the messy clown who subverts the monster by, you know, you're so messy that you'll have shit all over the place that they'll trip over, and that'll save you. Focus, just a remote. You can rotate objects. They're going to be, oh yeah. Nah, thanks for reminding me about that with the fucking thing. Like, let me see if there's a way to disable that just on Steam in general. Shows you I don't really use Steam for a lot of things anymore. Like, what was I even playing on? Just Smite, I guess. Disable Steam notifications, like whatever you want to call them, like the achievements. Not even friend notifications, like disable all achievement notification pop-ups 2023. They finally added this in the latest updates in the settings notifications tabs. Its only downside is screenshot is that the screenshot notifications are gone too. I don't really care about that. So let's go ahead. We're just getting in the mood here. I'm not really gonna accomplish too much here. Let's see what we got. Okay, settings. Where does he say it is? Settings, notification tab. Notifications. Play a sound when a notification toast is displayed. Show notification toast. What is a toast? When a friend joins a game, chat room messages, team notifications, and I don't wish this discussion. I receive new item, receive gift, major sale. Wait, what? What is any of this? Wait, but these are friend notifications. I don't get it. Notification will be displayed as they arrive. I don't know if this means when I'm not in game, will that fix it or what? I don't know if that has to do with like enable Steam overlay, toolbar list view, big picture controller, restore, FPS counter, web browser, delete web browser, toolbar, screenshots, play a sound. It's not actually telling me this properly. Web browser homepage Google. Why would that matter? Like if a game somehow redirects you to something. In-game FPS counter overlay. I used to use that actually to test stuff. Big picture overlay, restore browser. I don't know. Why should I have to do this? Okay, I turned it off here where it says, what is a notification toast? Oh, here we go. May still show for issues that affect ability to play games. Hides achievements. Okay, that should be good. Let's go back to this here. There's so many things I end up doing, like is troubleshooting just in the normal course of me playing games. Like I would want to figure out how to do that anyway, like having to pause Dark Souls, right? Not that nobody else had thought of doing that, but just I went through the trouble to figure it out and make a tutorial. The struggles with grade 2 listed buildings. I cannot read actually what... Oh, here we go. Situated, I like to read it in the actual written text because it's more immersive, but when it's typed out, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, I want to read some old school, old-timey handwritten notes, like from Amnesia or whatever, but it's too small, so I can't see it. Situated in the southern edge of the Welsh Valleys lies a stunning example of understated architecture. This should be triggering people too. I just pick up the fucking phone, but I don't want to progress the story potentially by doing that. It took its style from the late 17th. I hear like the door opening, but we're also testing how long can we do this before bro says don't knock twice. Let's do a knock counter. Take a drink every time he knocks and you'll be fucking dead in a minute. Like, what is going on, dude? It took its style from... Yeah, it's supposed to be so immersive, and you're breaking the immersion by being a fucking clown. At its core is a medieval rectangular tower and an inner courtyard which connects the unusual layout of the building, consisting of an entrance hall, drawing room, kitchen, breakfast room, and games room. Attached to the rear of the house is a restored chapel, which is currently being used as an art studio. The house is a grade 2 listed building and recently underwent a comprehensive renovation by the new owners, the Webb Thomas family. So it's more like a playful type of place because it's, you know, consisting of a drawing room, which I don't know what exactly that means, like for art purposes, I guess, and a games room. So it's very recreationally based. Or I guess if you are an artist for a living, that makes sense. Let's see if we can burn this in the fucking fire. How about that? That would be kind of a cool interaction. I do like the candle already, although it's not very strong. We can play a mini game where we try to toss shit right in the fire. Which it kind of is in there, but it doesn't really do anything for you. So I want to do a 100% completionist run, and we want this to be as immersive as possible. So it is an old-timey house, but I don't think it's taking place in an old-timey setting as much. You could totally set this up as far as booby traps. Not that I'm trying to fuck with my own shit too much, but... focus. We get it, dude. Knocking is scary. Knock, knock. Short horror film on YouTube that's, oh, look, we're a vampire or something. We can't see our own reflection. I'm not even trying to make fun of horror games in general, but... Okay, that kind of got me. I don't know why that happened. Or actually, I didn't even notice what happened. I just heard the noise. Like, I'll miss the jump scare because I'm rambling on and doing whatever I'm doing. So in that sense, the commentary aspect protects me because I'm kind of just thinking and talking about something else and, you know, rambling on. Meanwhile, oh, you missed the jump scare. I reacted to the noise, but I didn't know it was coming from that. Like, playable teaser was so good, even though it was only... It's on some list of like, oh, best horror games ever, but it was only a demo for a new Silent Hill game that never even came out. And there's so many classic horror series that I've never actually played. In terms of, there'll totally be something under one of these, though. That's why I'm doing it. What if I just block the door? I'll barricade the door with this. Or actually, the knocking kind of stopped when that noise happened. Like, I haven't played Silent Hill. I haven't played Resident Evil. Like, if I die in the fucking starting room, you can have it, dude. Who are you? The Awayaki, who I can't even say your fucking name. He was wearing, like, a suit or something, though. That's not what I expected it to be. Grab. Oh, I knew something was off about that, but I didn't try to crouch before. Yeah, we can look at the phone. Oh, are we really going to be able to read every... See, I'll go through the laborious act of doing all this. Payment operations. Ben Thomas? Payment and close. Yeah. Scary noises. We get it. It sort of numbs you to it a little bit where you don't really feel threatened by it. This is me role-playing at my house, right? Just throw shit on the ground when I'm too lazy to pick it up. Which I kind of do that sometimes as long as it's not a food item. That's how I kind of am. I'm OCD about, oh, I don't want to ever drop food so I don't get rats or bugs. But anything besides food, yeah, if it's like a empty bottle or if it's just like paper, tissue, you know, anything that's not actually going to attract bugs or something, I don't really care sometimes. And then I'll just clean it up later. Jessica Webb Thomas, Porth Court, Bridgeland. It'd be nice if you could make this shit a little easier to read. And of course, they won't even let you read it overall. Let's see what we got here. I do love the way some of these games tell their stories, though, because it's like not very heavy-handed. It's just a lot of stuff that you... Okay, this is exactly the same as the other one. Like it'll be through interpretation more so, but they'll have little voice-acted segments too. I can't read that for shit. Not even because, oh, the resolution is so small, like on some of the other texts, but just because it's actually... written in cursive, of course. Who the fuck uses cursive? Everybody, I guess, when they sign something. Josh Smith, Jessica Webb Thomas, what does it say? Porth. Okay, same thing. I thought it had like an I in there. Porth Court, Bridgeland, or Bridgend. Bridgend. Okay, a little picture. So we're like some rich people trying to remodel the house for now our girlfriend is gonna come and kill us because we just threw around our picture. Resolution on that is pretty bad. Oh, that should have made a glass cracking sound there though. I can't see my own reflection. The game developer, small indie company, too lazy to do that shit. Yeah, this isn't working. And so yeah, we'll check. Or actually, the knocking did stop though, for what it's worth. Like, who has ever played this game and looked at it in this great detail? This is like one of my philosophies in life and in games too. Like, if you're gonna do something, you should get fully immersed and do it like all the way. Is kind of the point, right? So it's like, if you would say, oh, it's not worth doing this, why are you dilly-dallying around? Why are you wasting time? But they put all this stuff in the game for a reason, to look at or read all the flavor or whatever. So it's one of two things. If you think it's not worth doing that, then that's fine. Wait, I thought there was a door on this side that's where the knocking was coming from. I thought I was just avoiding it the whole time. I guess it could have been the window, or it didn't sound like it was coming from that door. I know people say, well, duh, the door's over there, it's locked, but you can kind of sprint there a little bit. This is good to get your bearings too. Like, since it is permadeath, every little bit, you know, I've learned that I can sprint and that I can crouch, and how the candle works. You have to crouch to light it, and whatever little mechanical understanding you get here could save my life later. So it's not just, oh, you're dilly-dallying. It's that this could make the difference of life and death later, because you're taking it that seriously and you're getting immersed in every little element. But no, my point is, the philosophy I always bring this stuff is, either I'm going to do it full immersion and take my time and do every little thing, or I'm not going to do it at all. So if you would say, well, it's not worth doing this, don't, you know, just get to the gameplay, get to the good stuff, and rush and just, you know, go through it, then I would say it's not worth playing at all, right? If you don't think every little thing is worth doing, then I would say, okay, I just won't even play the game at all. But if I do, then that's how I'm going to play it. It's going to take it, every little thing, very seriously. There's kind of a one or the other effect in which you're going to... You could use this as a weapon. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad... Oh, shit. Now we get the little cracking sound. Did it actually break? That's going to be the real horror. The first injury is... I was expecting that to happen the first time, but now I don't know where all the shards went. We're going to step on it and fucking cut our foot. Yeah, I can neither see my reflection nor any other part of my body, so I'm literally a ghost, so what do I have to fear? Right, you can't see your feet or anything, which logically you would easily be able to see from that angle. So can we check out the computer, actually? I guess not. Somebody's Facebook page. It keeps showing an icon, but... Grab. Boy, we're just grabbing the computer as if to close it. That's the same icon that's on the door there. Let's see if this has some flavor on it. Really? How many cups have nothing on them these days? Whoa, I threw it up and I didn't mean to. They keep making the breaking sound now, but I don't see like any shards remaining from them. 0 out of 10. Not enough glass shards from broken objects. You can go ahead and do this to either close or open it, I guess. Oh shit. Lay it flat like that. I kind of want to interact with it. Fine, we'll turn that off, even though we could potentially use this as a source of light, which doesn't seem to be making much of a difference. Yeah, that's a good life and game philosophy to have. If something is worth doing, then do it all the way in full. If you wish to understand the great mystery, you must study all its aspects, not just the dogmatic narrow view of some reactionary Zoomer player base. And so the point is that embrace something fully, or if you're not going to do it and you say, oh no, it's not worth playing like that, just get it over with, just get to the good part later, something like that, right? Just do it just to beat it, just to get through it. If you're going to say that, then that's fine. But then what you're really saying is then it's just not worth playing at all, and I would gladly, just skip it. That would be my whole point. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the phone. It took me an hour to do that. Press tab to show the phone. Leave me the fuck alone. Is that me saying it, or is that... I imagine it could be. Oh, whoops. Leave me the fuck alone. Okay, there's nothing I can really do in it. But that would imply at least that we know who's doing this. Like, we don't know anything about what's going on. Okay, now the act of doing that opens the door. Or it caused maybe the other person to open the door. I mean, I can't see shit. Sometimes... Okay, dude. Always, yeah, let's just answer the phone in privacy here. I'm trying to fucking close it, dude. Okay. But no, the point is that when is the voice thing going to come into play? Do I get to talk on the phone to them now? Why did you turn the power off? I hate you. I don't understand. Like, are they saying that to us, or are we saying that to them? Nice little art project here. I assume that's where we're living right now. Good way to sort of introduce it to us. It looks too much like farmland, though. It might not be. What we would want to try to do is, yeah, this is a fun mechanic. Then you get to light every candle as you go. They don't seem to be having that much of an impact, though. Play horror games to get immersed, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Also, you'll die within 10 seconds in every single one of them because they just have bullshit mechanics like that at times. Oh, come on. It has the notifications, though. What do you mean, dude? I thought I got rid of them. Fucking bullshit, dude. You can't even let me... Okay. Let me try again. And I think you can see them, too, unfortunately. Let me try once more. In-game... Enable the Steam overlay when in game. Maybe that would work for the same effect because I don't really ever use that either. And the only other thing that could be, we go to notifications. When I'm not in game, play a sound, show toast. When a friend joins a game, when I receive a chat room notification, Steam notifications, friend invitation, wish list item discussion. I receive an item in inventory, gift, major sale. Trade offer, Steam support. I receive a Steam churn notification. What does that mean? I don't know what Steam churn means. I receive an invite to a Steam family. That is really fucking bullshit, though, if I'm honest with you. Let's go ahead and go. Or you know what I gotta play is Dear Esther one day because I know oh shit, that looks kind of creepy. Dear Esther, because that was a game that Total Biscuit clowned on so much. Like, what were the two story games that I played that were kind of like that, I guess? It's sort of linear story games. Gone Home and not Dear Esther, what is that? Edith Finch, right? The last, what's it called? The Vanishing of Edith Finch? Or no, that's The Vanishing of Ethan Carter or something. What Remains of Edith Finch, I believe is what it was called. Or yeah, how about the Obra Dinn? Now that's a GOAT caliber game. Let me see if I can read this without using that actually. Oh yeah, of course, turn off your candle like it's a flash fight on demand. Like you can actually do that. I honestly, genuinely cannot see that. Chloe's. Yeah, that's how they say it in Life is Strange, which kind of triggered me. Chloe, or you could say Chloe. I mean, it depends. Even with like an accent over that, but sometimes it's just said that way anyway. October, so I guess we're Max when we're sneakily reading Chloe's diary that we stole when we froze time. October 10th, 2016. I was so into getting them to try to be together, like, you know, in a relationship with each other, because they sort of give you that as an option. I'm just sort of playing into it. So then even my decision at the end of the game was based on that, like, oh, I'd rather risk the town to save you because we've been doing all this for you. It's something that just sort of, I wasn't expecting them to go that route or give you that option. She dumped me all those years ago, and now she just waltzes back into my life and expects me to just carry on like everything's okay. Well, it's not. I just wish she left me the fuck alone. She's trying to wow me with her fancy job and her big new house, but there's no hiding the truth that she abandoned me, and I can't stop hating her for that. We're strangers now. She's not fit to be a mother, and she'll probably just send me back to the home once she's tired of me. I don't fully understand what's going on, but something's gonna jump out and fucking, or you know what you could do, like, oh, if you think something scary is up ahead, I could just backpedal into it. I'll moonwalk, the old Michael Jackson, right? So how could I be scared? Because I won't even see what it is that's potentially scaring me. Or every time you like take a step, just go run the other way, and then take a step and then run the other way. So then whatever is meant to scare you or attack you is going to be thrown off by that. So just always expect the unexpected and be super cautious. That is some sort of Last Supper type, not Last Supper, but I don't know what it is actually. Some copyright famous work of art that will be banned. Video games aren't works of art. Also, they can literally contain within them, right? Like when people say, oh, video games aren't an art form. Also, they can contain within them what would be considered an art form. Like, oh, if Starry Night and famous painting can be art, right? The Mona Lisa can be art. Well, you could just put the Mona Lisa in a fucking game and there it is. So, oh, the game itself is not art, but it can contain within it art and an art form, or even music or other, you know. So other art forms are contained within it, but it on itself isn't an art form. Like, how does that make any sense? And, you know, the same thing applies to like movies. Oh, if you say movies aren't an art form, it's like they literally contain within them multiple other art forms. Like the visuals can be artistic, the music, other things. So The Time Machine, H.G. Wells, very bad resolution. When the game has worse resolution than if you had the book in real life. Like, what the fuck is this? They make some of this stuff so hard to read. Ah, yes, of course. The book with no... It could just be a diary, I guess. With no name, no cover, no anything on it. It's a little hard to do this little rotation mechanic. This is what you get from me with a story game, though, dude. If you're going to put flavor in there, some hard-working intern, you know, made all this stuff happen, put all this stuff in the game for a reason, so that I and I alone would appreciate it. Molecular... I can't read that second word. These look like just diaries or whatever, just sort of blank flavor. That was one sin that Edith Finch committed, was that there were a lot of books that sort of repeated themselves in the library and stuff. It's sort of less excusable. Like, I can understand, oh, like in Skyrim or something, you know, whatever. There'll be some too many copies of the same book at times or something. But when it's a game like this, that's like a linear story type game, right? Edith Finch or Gone Home or something. Stuff like that shouldn't really happen because you have one job. Like, the games are mechanically limited. You're in a limited area and environment, like in the same one house the whole time, right? So it's kind of less excusable. Everything should be unique and flavorful, like it's a real person's house in real life, because I don't know, that's all that there is, right? It's not like some open world game where you have a lot going on. So, or yeah, we could do a little role play if we're so scared. Like, we pray to the plant, like Mark Wahlberg in The Happening, where he says, I'm just going to use the bathroom and I'm not, and I'm leaving. So please don't kill me. Right. And then it turns out to be a fake plant. M. Night Shyamalan does have a pretty good sense of humor at times, as much of a clown as he can be. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And of course I won't be able to read that. Or we could set it on fire and use it as some sort of a form of light or some form. Now, maybe could have opened the door on the other side, but light this shit up, which again, it seems to make no perceptible difference in an immediate sense. Like, I'm gonna keep confusing the monster because it makes no sense, like, what I'm doing. Like, this, they would never expect me to do this. You know, you totally should be able to set that shit on fire. You can crouch. So I don't know if these are to imply that Chloe has she's mad at us, so maybe they're trying to kill us, but I don't even know who I am, or I don't fully get what's happening. I'm a modern millennial gamer. I need to be spoon-fed everything, but I think it'll give us a clear indication of what's happening. Yeah, the lights have been turned off. Or maybe we are Chloe, but then I don't know. Oh shit, all these things that could potentially be used as a weapon to protect us, but of course we won't carry any of them. Little golf clubs, little golf balls even, which I can't interact with. Now, I like this mechanic though where you're able to light all the candles, even if that might, you know, they might mess with you that way and some of them will just randomly go off at various times. A lot of old-timey imagery. A lot of horror games like to play into that, like Amnesia. It'll be all like whatever, taking place in a past setting, or at least have a lot of references to that. So yeah, when does the voice mechanic come into play? Because I don't think that, you know, you hear the bang and maybe you shouldn't go there. Like, I don't know. I don't care if we just die like that. I mean, I can't see shit, so I don't know what you would expect me to even do. That thing is still going. Oh my god, are you serious, bro? I'm gonna keep getting. I'll use this session to do this too. I want to find out. Turn off all Steam notifications. So I did that, but it didn't actually work. Open Steam app, view friends lit. Not friend notifications though. All Steam notifications, not just friends. Settings, interface, notify me about changes, games, new release, upcoming releases. I keep turning off once in a while, but it comes back on itself. Additions or changes to my games. It's unbelievable that they would make this so hard to deal with. So interface, 24-hour clock. We don't have the Steam overlay in the game either. We turn that off too. Notify me about, yeah, can you fuck off with this shit? Like, why do I have to deal with this, man? I'm trying to get immersed, I'm trying to get scared, whatever you want to call it. The story behind artist Jessica Webb Thomas. We could be Jessica, we could be Chloe. I mean, okay, we're Jessica because obviously Chloe is texting us. I don't know why I thought that could be us. Why would it say our name and have the message Artist Magazine? You got, I can almost read that. Let me try. Inspiration can come from anywhere, from anything. Mine is driven, yeah, by walking around with a candle in the dark even. Mine is driven by my relationship with this world and what I feel connected to. Since I was 9 years old, I knew I wanted to be an artist. I was always playing with something, but I wasn't until my teens. What? It wasn't until my teens that I found I had a true talent for sculpting, and I still keep at it to this day. I'm fascinated by the bonds we make as humans, the strongest bond between a mother and her baby. Your baby hates you though, because you turn off the lights and all this shit. This is just what you do for your inspiration. I'm not really scared at all now because it's just kind of getting dumb. Like, we get it. Banging, knocking is happening. Fucking, you gotta introduce the mechanic properly. See, it wouldn't be proper to just, oh, I just suddenly get killed right now. Like, I don't even know what's going on. So how can you just do that to me? And it's, you know what's kind of hard too is in a completionist sense that I'm always so OCD about doing every little thing. It's hard for me to even keep track of then where I have and haven't been because, sure, it's like a linear type game, but it's also in a position where, I don't know, it's just hard to keep track. So when it's so dark and everything, we have a number of doors that we could potentially go through, and I haven't even tried to open any of them. That's one door. I think there's a door at the end here where we just were looking. Actually, I would rather close it. Fuck this shit. Let's go back and retrace our steps to every single other door, though. There's one door there. There's one door here. Right. The red just might mean you can't open it, but there's one door, and then this is third door, and let's go back. There's another door in the other direction. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything else, any flavor. Above all, like, and you might think I even disregard, like, I think that's where I came from, though, isn't it? It lied to me. It said push or pull, but you could only pull in that case, obviously. Like, flavor is more important to me than even the story or progressing, but it's more like, you know, there is a principle like that. You want to do it. Now, that's actually scary. I thought I kept that thing closed, so now somebody came and opened it, but I think that's just like a default. Let me actually test that again. I totally had done that, I thought. Trying to save the battery or whatever, put it in sleep mode. My point is that in a lot of games, especially story games, you want to do every little thing that you don't have to do, right? So you get all the flavor and do all the optional stuff. That way, when you get around, oh, I guess I missed this table, maybe. Butterfly, the butterfly effect. What would be really scary is if we're in Australia and we have a big fucking spider appear before us, but I guess that's just another average day in Australia. Like, you want to do every little bit of flavor and optional stuff before you do what is necessary to progress, because then if you do progress, then, or if you do what is essential, you might advance the game and then you might miss out on some flavor, right? Especially if it's like linear. That's a recycled book. Butterfly. That's all you get. What a creative name. All right, so what we got to figure is, there's some expression like that. I can't remember. I won't take credit for it because obviously I've heard it somewhere else, but it's a principle that speaks to me for sure. It's like, you need waypoints in a game to tell you where not to go. Like, oh, here's the waypoint and here's where you're supposed to progress, right? And so you use the waypoint not to tell you, okay, that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go everywhere else that I can possibly go and do everything else I can possibly do before I go to the waypoint. That way I don't use it to advance the story and then miss out on something else that I could have done otherwise, right? That's the point. So the red clearly probably means that I didn't even attempt to open the other doors, but I'm sure that's what it means. So your sprint is pretty good, though, still. That is okay. And in fact, that other door, I didn't even try to open. It just opened on its own. I think I looked at it once and it wasn't open, and then I go back and then it is open. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 of those are not open. Why did I feel like there was even another one besides this? And what was kind of good with that is you're getting your bearing. So if I have to run away, that could help me later, because now I know the layout a little better. Or it'll help me. You could get jump scared by thinking that's actually a person standing there. When the lighting is so crazy, it just sort of blends in. But you have what was I saying? Yeah, you'll understand the layout. So for puzzle solving purposes and for survival purposes, that could certainly be a thing. But yeah, let's see if the stupid notification happens again. Appreciate all the artwork. See, sometimes the way I play stuff lends itself to be more enjoyable, but I still think it, you know, it comes down to the game itself and whether it's good or not, whatever. But I don't know. I always give it like a full chance. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I may as well make it count, basically. And I think we saw a figure in the background there as well. Like, come on, man, you can do better than this. Like, you're talking to a veteran movie critic who's fucking, you know, seen thousands of movies. Like, I know all the tricks in the fucking book, dude. What difference is it that it's a game? What, just the graphics are worse than real life? Like, oh, you think this is gonna scare me more than a horror movie because a horror movie looks real and this doesn't look real, and these are indie fucking, you know, small indie company graphics. And like, what about it makes it unique? The fact that, oh, I'm in control and that makes it scarier somehow? Like, I don't know. What advantage does it really have, you know? the fact that you're actively in control of whether you live or die could be effective. But let's go back and see. Oh, come on. What is this? I don't want to keep doing that every 5 seconds, but I'm getting kind of pissed. Department of Health and Social Services, Division of Child Welfare, 2nd September 2016, temporary custody order. Dear Mrs. Jessica Webb Thomas, please accept this letter as a form of agreement regarding Chloe Ann Webb. In light of the evidence provided and with the consent of Chloe, she doesn't seem very happy about it. We are happy to inform you that we are able to arrange a trial custody period with your daughter. Once the staging period is agreed, we will send you a final letter of confirmation. Yours sincerely, Julia Andrews, Division of Child Welfare. He seems very upset about it, or maybe that's just now, but you think just because you have money you can treat your kids like shit? Or the world's H.G. Wells, okay. Now let's get some Lovecraft in here too, like all the stuff that would be, you know, people in horror stories always love horror stories themselves. It's making the noise as if it could be breaking, but it's not actually breaking. Perhaps I didn't turn the brightness up quite high enough. But no, I am genuinely pissed about that. The fact that he keeps showing me those stupid ass notifications all the time. I really don't know. Like, maybe I'd have to like reset the game because. But yeah, like Cry of Fear. Let me actually see that if the fucking computer would have reset. Cry of Fear is kind of one of those games that's just unique because it's like you know, I think it's free too, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a free indie game, but it had some good qualities to it. I just remember that from a while ago and a long time ago. And then what was something else I played? I don't know. I haven't played really that many horror games, so it is kind of a fresh thing for me, but maybe there's a good reason why I didn't play them, because sometimes it can be a little gimmicky and limited in scope. So the lightning itself would have provided a potential jump scare, not unlike you know, the little figure that we may or may not have seen in the background there. Yeah, that's the defense mechanism I have. I'm so OCD or ADHD or whatever you want to call it. Like, oh, I'm distracted by my own little... Yeah. Somebody keeps opening the computer. That's the biggest scare of all. Let me look this up once more. Again, I'm not too happy about it, but... progress... Or maybe it's something in the game that you can turn off, but I don't know. Graphics options. Right, where you could just say basically... I don't know why that would be. Show hints, show tutorials, show crosshair. I don't know if that would count as a hint, really. I guess we don't really need that, but tutorial, you know, implies just like, okay, they're telling you how controls work or how a mechanic works, but not exactly what you want to do. Yeah, the phone, she's going to keep sending us nasty messages. Why did you turn the power off? It's a pretty good question. Why the fuck did you turn the power off? I'm kind of wondering that myself. Your fucking computer's going to run out of batteries, dude. Imagine using a laptop, says the laptop gamer. Who I have always liked them just because of convenience purposes, but... Okay, don't knock twice. They've knocked a million times. Let me try once more to... Steam, turn off progress, achievement progress notifications, kind of like that. Open Steam settings, notifications, show notification, and hit never, but I hit not in game. It's possible that you might have to reset the game for the settings to take effect. And also, you know, one problem with these, maybe I had that happen with one of the games I played, like Albedo, where it doesn't actually let you save, or I at least didn't reach a save, so then it might be stingy with that, like, oh, you have to beat the game like in one sitting, but that shouldn't really be the case. So what we have here is never. I really don't think this is going to work, though. I mean, it's constantly annoying. Work for me, thanks, mate. Achievement notifications, it's sort of more like progress notifications. Disabling the Steam overlay. I mean, so let's see what happens. Will you, I mean, continue from there, or how does it work? It does have a continue option. Okay, let me close this for a second. It's not really the game's fault in particular. It's more just the fault of the whatever Steam in general, and why they insist upon doing that, I just don't know. You're gonna get jump scared by a notification more than anything in the actual game. Oh, I didn't see this the first time I opened it. Wales Interactive, Red and Black Films, Film Simru Wales. I guess that kind of fits into the namesake though too. Don't knock twice, but you can knock more than twice. You can knock once, or you can knock 3 plus to 1,000,000 times, as they clearly were doing. I'd love it if there's like a counter to show in your playthrough you heard this many knocks, like, because you, and it would be a number that nobody's ever seen before. Because now, where would I be continuing from exactly? Okay, I at least have those things in my possession, like, because I stood around for so long at the beginning. So let me double. Oh, what the fuck? Are you trying? Yeah, we know that. Does that mean that's not going to save? It doesn't seem to be keeping track of any of my progress in other ways, like, you know, like whether I'm reading stuff or not. Doesn't really seem to acknowledge. Let's see if we get that thunder again that we would, you know. They try to jump scare us with that again. I mean, obviously the red means you can't do it. I just like to do it for the RP of it. Because in real life, there wouldn't be some magical red thing there just to maybe a reset something there to an extent. Here it comes, jump scare time. Wait, what? Huh. Yeah, that's always the biggest weakness and insecurity in a house, is like, oh, you have like a $10,000 security system and ADT and all this kind of stuff and a padlock and blah 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 on your door, and it's a literal fortress kind of door, right? But then, oh, you have a window, so they could just throw a rock and break the window and go in through there. Like, you know, having windows is kind of a major structural weakness and design point. I always find that kind of interesting. That, of course, I'm not encouraging any such behavior, but just if you think about it in a basic sense, you know, whether you have a really sturdy front door, or doors in general, and you have good security and locks and everything, a window is a real vulnerable spot, of course. So I would always feel insecure about that if you're gonna really be worried about it. Whereas that you can't do. This is a door that kind of looked more like a window from a distance, and I'm pretty sure that's where we saw the lightning from. What is this angle? Sounds like somebody's using the bathroom. Little dripping water sound. But sorry, you won't be able to flush because the power is out, or a lot of places have it where you can do that even without. That's one thing that still works even when the power goes out, or at least a certain number of times. You know, we can bait the jump scare out. Like, oh, we were gonna get jump scared, but we go out and we immediately go back in. I always do a double take. Why should it be this? We're outside, dude. We're free. Fuck this place and just leave. Right, this would be your path to freedom right now. You have one chance and one chance only to but now there's no concern about knocking because we're already outside. There's nothing to knock on. What are you gonna knock on, a fucking tree or something? I cannot see any fucking thing, dude. I don't like it. I probably the brightness should be a bit higher. Focus. I don't know what this is. Bird seed. Okay. I have a real habit of like hugging against walls and stuff too, because I want to see like every little thing and every little angle. Well, this just makes it so much less scary that you're outside, because now you're going to I don't know, you're like in a less claustrophobic type of environment and everything. So you're kind of, that happened in like Amnesia Machine for pigs, right? You're outside for long periods of time, so it's like, oh, you could just kind of run away or go anywhere you want. invisible walls don't scare me when you're, you know, if your life's on the line, you can just fucking subvert that shit, climb over a fence, do something crazy, right? Climb up that shit like you're fucking Batman or Catwoman or something and you escape from the monster that way. Like, how do you know what I'm capable of? I'm just a cushy, spoiled, bourgeois fucking artist, so I can do whatever I want. Now, is that where I came from and now it's locked? Wait, what? I think I got sort of turned around because I guess that's where I came from. Or no, I think that door looked different though. This is one of those things like, oh, you could go crazy over time. No, I think that is where I came from. You go crazy over time because you're listening to the knocking over and over. Like when you hear a repetitive sound for like 20 years, then you suddenly don't hear it, you go crazy, or the act of hearing it so long makes you crazy. I mean, loud noises can get you a little bit, I won't deny it, but it's kind of like without any real context. Like, yes, I'd be afraid of getting struck by a bolt of lightning. Yes, oh wow, what a great read on my most primal fears. Like, yes, I'd be afraid of getting killed by a fucking lion. Like, there's so many basic things, like when people say, oh, arachnophobia. Like, okay, I don't have arachnophobia, but I wouldn't want a big fucking Australian hairy spider on my arm either. Like, that doesn't mean you're specifically uniquely afraid of spiders. It just means you don't like that scenario. So if you don't want to get mauled by a fucking lion or a tiger or something, am I actually stuck? Am I gonna fucking break the game? You know, if you don't want to get killed by a lion or a tiger or a bear, it doesn't mean you have a fear or phobia of them. You're just aware that, okay, they're dangerous and I don't want to deal with that. Wait, what? Oh, now we're gonna get hard stuck on our first actual puzzle option here. But no, that might have been a problem with some of those other games that I tried to do, is that they wouldn't have saves. So as much of a filthy casual as I am in the short streams that I do and stuff, I'm not able to actually do it in such a way that I'd really be able to play it for a long period of time. Wait, so this is locked. Everything is locked, including, I believe, where I came from. So there must be something out here that you're really looking for. And again, this one's sort of disappointing me because I even am trying to do this with the mindset of games that interact with your mic, but I'm not seeing it any way that it actually does. You would think almost with the phone, maybe you could do it like, oh, you can talk to somebody on the phone and you have responses like that, like yes or no or something. So I got sort of a little bit baited by that. I'm sure there's something I'm missing here, but I have trouble actually seeing what's going on. And I would be so impatient, I would set some of this shit on fire just to be able to get a little more light here, like it's Don't Starve or something. Set the whole forest on fire to just, you know, protect yourself at night with a little torch if you're not at your campfire or something. There's gonna be something you can interact with here shortly. Oh, I didn't even notice that. We're not getting any glare like I sometimes do when I play these type of things in the morning, but see, I like when I do formats like this sort of organically though. Like I didn't go in planning to do this, but then, you know, I did something once on Halloween and then I had an itch to do it off the back of that. Oh, you just have to withstand 100 fucking lightning jump scare moments. You know, I just did that on a whim and then I felt like doing it, so. Okay. You're going to dump me again, aren't you? You selfish bitch. I mean, what did we do that's so... Like, she has abandonment issues because we left her, I guess, when she was younger, and then we got her back, custody. So what was it that I actually had to do there? I just had to walk around and do nothing and be locked out for a while, and then now something's gonna open? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, this isn't the time, dude. I don't have electricity, and my house is haunted, and you're gonna bother me about this shit? Or she's the one maybe potentially doing it. But she's blaming us for the power being out. Yeah, you're some wealthy bourgeois artist that you can't fucking bougie, as they say now. In the modern day, you're some artist and you can't afford a fucking electricity. Or isn't that always the way? Like in Until Dawn, you have to go out to the cabin and you don't have power or something. Bro, come on, bro. Fucking... There's gonna be some hidden key somewhere. I don't even know where. And obviously it makes it very hard when you can't even see what the fuck is going on. Getting a little invisible wall aspect there, hugging against the wall. Good thing it doesn't let you just jump down the well, though. We'll go through all this, and then the first combat encounter or, you know, moment with the monster or something where you can die, I'll die immediately, like we did in the Escape the Aoyaki thing. You can't really interact with that. I'm genuinely not sure. There must be something fairly obvious that I'm missing. So she hates me. I get it. Yes, I'm kind of ghosting her and just not saying anything back. God damn it, man. I'm gonna cheat by changing the brightness. I think Asmongold did that in his Dark Souls 1 playthrough too. He put the brightness too low at the beginning, and then throughout the game people are even saying change it, but then McConnell, his friend, is saying like, it's called Dark Souls, dude, and it's meant to be dark. But actually I don't think it was meant to be that dark. Yes, of course, we have to withstand another lightning bolt. How scary. And then we'll get another mean text from her. Or we have to like just see some... Are you serious, bro? We just have to see some little thing that it has there for us, like an Easter egg gimmick scare type moment, and by doing that, oh, now it'll progress because we saw that. Like, is that really good game design if that's what you're gonna be doing? Really, dude? Okay, maybe that's enough for now, but oh, whatever. We'll look at this one. One thing I'm curious about is the mic integration. Like, let's actually look it up. And I'm not actually sure if that turned off the notifications for us either. But let me see. Don't knock twice. Microphone. Why did this show up in the microphone in the game? Don't knock is used for voice chat and open mic. Local chat button, but in what way? I don't get it. Is it like a... Don't knock it until you've tried it. Good one. I'm knocking it because I've tried it, because it's fucking stupid the way that it just made me do that even. Check out the entire Wales interactive thing. I don't know to what extent that matters. Like, where is the microphone being used? This is literally the whole gimmick that I'm trying to play into. It might just not have that. I guess I could do some of these contemporaneously. Like, I could play multiple. Well, I'll try to stick to one at a time, though. So this could be a fun little mini series that we're doing. But those are my two series that I'm doing now. If I have time here and there, I'll play chess, and I might even combine them. Where like, I'll play chess until I lose, and then if and when I lose, I will, you know, then I'll play this for the rest of the time. Like, I'm only allowed to play until I lose one game. Let me look at the rest of them again briefly, just kind of overall tell you what they are. So we have Silent Breath, which again we already did, so that's over. Emily Wants to Play, Stay Close, Midnight Evil, In Silence, Fears to Fathom, The Classrooms, Super Normal, Panic Horror, Psychopath Massacre, and Don't Knock Twice. So let me actually test something too. Like if I make a new game or something, I'm really eager to see that this isn't gonna bother me with the notifications. That triggers the shit out of me. OCD tendency moment. That's what I'm scared of the most, when the notifications pop up and ruin my immersion and waste my time. Supposedly it's based on a movie, I guess, too, which, I mean, some of this would tell you that it's to do with films, but I don't know anything about that. Yeah, even the way it opened up with the graphics and everything was so scuffed because... Well, actually, I don't want to do that. I almost would want to make a new game. But no, that was a really stupid moment. See, this is one of those contrived story/horror maybe moments where, oh, in order to progress, every door is locked. There's no puzzle to solve. The puzzle is just look up at the supposed stupid jump scare that they're trying to get you to see. Like, is that really... Now, you might think, oh, this is cheating, but it doesn't matter because I just want to see if the notification will trigger, and it's not like I died either. So I'll just speedrun the same thing that we just did, I guess. I just want to see if we do some other amount of progress. I don't know if it would have showed me that there. Well, now it'll reset, though, whatever progress I would have made as far as the extent of the flavor. Right, like it'll say 1 out of 25 or something. Not that I really care, but just for my own purposes, I kind of wanted to do that. Now we can look at how much time we're going to potentially save ourselves. Where was the candle here anyway? Use the candlestick to illuminate your way. And this was kind of, you got to crouch to do it. But no, I don't think it's showing me that. Yeah, it sounded like the knocking was coming from here, but like from this left side of the room. Yeah, this is just our daughter trying to drive us crazy for daring to, whatever, ignore her for most of her life or whatever she was doing. Yeah, also a lot of things in these games are like a fake out, where you're basically looking at it from a perspective that, you know, you're looking at it in such a way that, it's a fake out, and the reason why it's a fake out is because, you know, you can't die until the game really wants you to die, etc., etc., so it becomes a little bit predictable in some way. I feel like I said that in The Last of Us, where, you know, like, it makes it very clear whether it's a combat or a story moment. So when it's a story moment, you know there's not going to be any zombies or anything, and you're going to be fine. And when it's not a story moment, it's going to be... Can we look at it right away or what? We have to wait for the thunder jump scare. Then we can get the... Is that her with the phone? We get the, like, yeah, it's like clear. Oh, it's a story segment, and you know it is, and there's gonna be slow RP walking and a lot of dialogue. And then as soon as you go into combat, you know, oh, it's a combat area. There's gonna be infected. There's gonna, like, they give you too much of a heads up. The element of surprise can be effective with respect to, wait, what? I thought that was the trigger that allowed us to continue. Or it might have been a different door. Yeah, that was incredibly stupid. I was looking up at the sky, praying for answers, like, please give me a sign. And the sign was, oh, I have to see this fucker in a window just randomly, which you wouldn't really think to do that, but it's like... Now, is this where I came from, or what? Okay, whatever, but that could be fun. I do like the immersive quality of it. I'm trying to think, like, what other... Let me look up just kind of other things in general, but I don't get what the audio thing is about as far as... microphone enabled horror games. It really doesn't seem to have that mechanic actually at all, so it's kind of not keeping entirely true to my format when it comes to that was actually the subcategory that I was trying to stay exclusively within that. So now I go to buy fucking $40 worth of games and I probably got baited in that. Like this one totally showed up on some of these lists. Escape the Aoyaki, which I failed. VR I don't really care about. In Silence is one of the ones I have. This one I don't know how it works. Or some of them again are going to be multiplayer. Phasmophobia. Wait, this isn't Phasmophobia though, is it? This just looks like an older school type of game. What is all that? Phasmophobia, Alien Isolation with mods apparently. Paranormal Activity, Lost Soul, Man of Medan. Some of these are actually just more so story games, I feel like. Stifled, Stay Close, In Silence, Deceit is also multiplayer. Escape the Aoyaki, Emily Wants to Play, In Silence. Okay, so at least most of these yeah, what are you talking about? You have the courage to put on the headset, so maybe it only works in the VR thing. I don't understand. I don't want it to spoil something, but don't knock twice. Microphone. I really don't know. Let me see. Fucking stupid. You bait me into doing this shit. Any good? Do you have to stand? I guess it must have something to do with the VR aspect. Any bugs? I love that though. Or you would think it wouldn't work too because it doesn't even have any direct integration when it comes to. Normally they'll say something at the beginning, right? Like, oh, this is your Blue Yeti. It'll say your mic and everything. Even that little red hood kind of acknowledged it that way. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'm going to be playing this game for real, and the only reason why the first segment didn't really work out or why I want to do it again is because, not because I died, of course, because that's the only other reason why I would restart or make a new game, but we didn't even get to the point where I think there could be a failure state, and with some of these games, maybe there even is no failure state, but that doesn't make sense. Like, there must be some point where the monster can get you or kill you or whatever. We did very little. I just went up to that room, like the outside where you look up in the window and you see somebody to progress. I kind of got stuck on that for a minute because like there's nothing to really interact with or do. You just have to look up and get the jump scare. You know, that's how some of these games work. Like they want you to be scared and you have to do the thing to unlock the jump scare or whatever, and then it lets you progress. So like if you're playing strategically and you want to avoid it, like, oh, it's up there, but I don't want to look at it, whatever. It doesn't let you do that. They're all very scripted, linear like this. So, yeah, that's all I did. So I didn't really go very far. The main reason why I'm doing this is because I kept getting distracted and breaking my immersion from the stupid Steam notifications at the bottom. Right, every little thing you would do. So I'm pretty sure I turned them off. And I kept looking them up as far as... I kept looking them up. They kind of ruined the whole session because... I kept trying to figure out, okay, I thought I turned it off, but then you have to do something else. And so hopefully it doesn't happen now. I guess it won't tell me, though, unless I do something new that I haven't done yet. So I'm not going to race through the beginning part, but I feel like I should look at the collectibles just briefly just to see if that'll incorporate it into the flavor somehow of the game. Like if there's some sort of log that keeps track, like, oh, you found this journal, you found this thing. Right, like if you haven't done that, then... it might punish you somehow. So it starts off, you hear a bunch of knocking, you see the phone. We have a little mechanic where you pick up like a candle here, and I forget exactly where. Okay, just very, and maybe the brightness is a little bit too low even because it's even darker on stream, I'm sure, but it's a little bit, use it to light candles, which sort of just happens automatically. You can interact with a whole bunch of objects. Let's just see if there was something to read or whatever. But no, I like playing these games super immersively. The one thing that's notable about me, though, is like I'm not going to get scared or really bothered by anything. I guess I'm scared of the prospect of dying, but that would be true in any game, to that extent. Something like hits the window and makes a hole, and yeah, you expect the jump scare. It's not scary at all, right? That happened at some point. I can't tell what it is. Some little kid across the street just threw a baseball in my window. You know, and it's so dark even that even if there was like a figure or somebody here, I wouldn't even notice, so it wouldn't even scare me. Or like sometimes I just sort of ramble on and I'm just appreciating the scenery, so I might miss something that's actually meant to scare you. Right? That's happened in so many things that I played. Like I'm just going on like a tangent about something, so they wouldn't expect you to just be standing there. But this is some cute little figurine. There'll be some secret hidden in one of these where you can like throw stuff around, and I guess I didn't really see that painting last time. Yeah, random noises equals scary. I read all this, so I don't really care too much about it. This is like your daughter who you got custody of after a while, and she's all mad at you. This could be the Chloe story from Life is Strange. This is Chloe's mom and the very troubled past or whatever that she has. I forget if we really meet her parents. And I played only the first game. I don't know if there's continuation with the same characters in the other sequels and stuff. But what is this even? Paris and some drug, obviously. But yeah, I forget if we see much of her family life because she's so messed up that you would think there is some reasoning behind that. Okay, so we can light the candles like that. That's a good mechanic. But no, like she's mad that the power's out. She's possibly the one doing all this stuff to us. She's just mad that we entered into her life after maybe abandoning her for a period. This is like the kind of light that's in that scene from Network. This is the business we've chosen, right? This is the format I've chosen. Or no, that's fucking Godfather 2. What am I thinking? The world is a business. Right, that it has a bunch of these little lights and they're kind of dim, and as Howard Beale's sitting there and stuff. We've had a bit of a Howard Beale effect with Trump, I guess, so much how the media will on one hand say how bad he is, but then they'll sort of buffer him up at the same time, right? He can go on the media and criticize it, and people will, you know, they'll still put him on because they want the ratings, but then he'll end up, you know, doing exactly the opposite of what they're intending to do. So by constantly saying negative things about him, they actually help him in the end. This, they're looking at the Facebook page and they can't really interact with it here. So all we know is that we're Chloe's mom and that she's mad about something, and we got like custody back on her, I suppose. Why did you turn the power off? Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment. Why did you turn the fucking power off such that we're using a candle? Maybe it wasn't me, so she's gonna blame us for all the weird shit that's happening, even if there's like a monster here or something else. She dumped me all those years ago. Now she waltzes back into my life, expects me to carry on like everything's okay. Well, it's not. I just wish she left me the fuck alone. She's trying to wow me with her fancy job and her new big house. Like she's some sort of artist, and we have all those magazines and stuff to show that. She's trying to wow me and her big new house, but there's no hiding. Yeah, at least get some fucking electricity before you want to flex your house. No hiding the truth. She abandoned me, and I can't stop hating her for that. We're strangers now. She's not fit to be a mother, and she'll probably just send me back to the home when she's tired of me. I mean, that is some justifiable frustration, I suppose. I think I missed this interaction last time. But it'll almost seem like I'm making fun of these games when I'm playing them because I'm so unbothered by like it. I'm immersed more so than, you know, I would be immersed in these games more so than I'm scared. But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but I'm just immune to a lot of the gimmickry that there would be. Maybe because I've seen so many movies and I like know all the tricks of stuff from that. But all these fucking lamps and sources of light, but no good use for them. Just get a fucking generator. The secret to Luigi's Mansion, like, oh, you can defeat the ghosts or cause them to stop spawning by turning the lights on, and the problem is that all the lights are off and they don't come on until you kill all the ghosts. Oh, well, that's easy then. You know, you should keep one of these as a weapon. That's easy then. I'll just carry it around the whole game like this. The way that I think Forsen carries that fucking, what does he do? He carries like a buggy or a car or something around in Half-Life 2 for a super long time. In one of his playthroughs that kind of pissed people off. He tries to see like how far you can take it. But no, it's like you well, I forgot what I was even saying. You would basically treat it like a story game where, you know, it's going to be very linear though, I'm sure. And the whole only reason why I even found this was because the only reason why I found this is because I was looking for games that are mic enabled, right, where they interact with that. Story behind award-winning artist and sculptor Jessica Webb Thomas. Inspiration come from anywhere, anything. Mine is driven from my relationship to this world, but not my relationship to my daughter, because apparently I don't give a shit about her. Since I was 9 years old, I wanted to be an artist. I was always playing with clay. Wasn't until my teens that I found it had a true talent for sculpting. I still love it to this day. I'm fascinated by the bonds we make as humans. Strongest bond is between... Wait, what? A mother and her baby, but yet you neglected her, apparently, according to her. We got custody back. Maybe it wasn't entirely our fault that we didn't have it, but... Oh, I think I lost my golf club. Yeah, like, I know all the tropes. Maybe I'm a bit jaded to stuff like that, but... Again, the real fear would just be of a failure state and of actually dying. Yeah, there's no, so far as I can tell, there's no mic enabled aspect of the game yet. So maybe I got baited by that. I don't know where it really factors in. Or maybe, oh, it's only in the VR version or something dumb like that. But how am I supposed to know that? Department of Health and Social Services, Division of Child Welfare, 2nd September 2016, temporary custody order. Dear Mrs. Jessica Webb Thomas, please accept the letter as a form of agreement regarding Chloe and Webb. In light of the evidence provided in the consent of Chloe, yeah, she doesn't seem very happy about it. The consent of Chloe, we are happy to inform you that we are able to arrange a trial custody period with your daughter. Once a staging period has been agreed, we will send you a final letter for confirmation. Yours sincerely, Julia Andrews, Division of Child Welfare. Still a better mom than Casey Anthony. People are still so obsessed with that case. Whenever I'm like driving or something, I'll like listen to or watch like parts of cases like that. Like Jodi Arias is very entertaining. Casey Anthony's a good one. There's a couple newer ones that are good, like Chandler Halderson and stuff. There's a radio. There's just so many things in these games that are just there for flavor, just for show. You can't interact with them. You can't do anything. See, we would be expected to go to the end of the hallway just to get a jump scare moment. And then once we trigger that, we can... Alright, this is literally what we did. And then we look up to the top. I'll beat you to it. I'll be looking before you even are there. Right, you're meant to see some figure there that maybe just materialized out of nowhere because they don't expect you to already be looking there. I'm guessing that's her. Right, holding the phone. You're going to dump me again, aren't you? You selfish bitch. Yeah, in the dark with the lights off, you're gonna just leave me here. You just wanted to fucking play games on her computer and you ruin her one fucking night. I can understand her frustration. That's why she feels so betrayed. It's like one of those overreactions that kids sometimes do have, even teenagers. Like, you know, I have this one night in the week that I was free, that I'm not going to school or whatever, and you fucking ruin it because you can't pay your fucking electricity bill. And so now, you know, oh, you're a bad parent because of that. What the fuck is the sound right now? Yeah, loud noises and random noises are scary, by the way. I don't remember this happening before. But no, you'd feel so much safer when you're outside. If you really wanted to escape, you could just like climb up and just get out of here. But I guess it's your own house. So maybe the power just went out because of the weather or something. And you feel like more like a deer in the candlelight rather than a deer in the headlight. Like how a candle flame is sometimes used to hypnotize people in fiction and stuff. You could look at it this way, like the eyes will follow you. But no, I guess that was just her up there, not like an actual monster monster or something. So she could just be fucking with us as revenge because she hates us so much. Yeah, it seems pretty linear so far. I'm just trying to stretch it out as much as possible. I really can't see shit. So it would be hard to scare me because I can't even see what I'm supposed to be getting scared by. Even the lightning is scripted. Right, probably the exact timing for it. I honestly cannot see shit. Yeah, the way to solve Luigi's Mansion, just have a generator, because then... Yeah, that's what I was saying before I got the golf club. Shut the door behind me so I can't escape, but also so nothing can be following me in. At least I would know it if it did. Okay, dude, okay. Wait, isn't this where we just were, or is it just like a similar fucking recycled assets here? Yeah, just have a generator, and then you don't have to worry about trying to kill the ghost to put the lights back on. That would have solved Luigi's Mansion completely. Or maybe I did just end up back where I was. But now something's different's happening, so I don't get it. What? Now, is that something that happens after a certain period of time, or is that something that just happens? What is going on? This is where I was, but now I have to redo everything. Or now some other random door is going to open with no rhyme or reason or context. Or like, not only is it scripted, but you're not really doing any goal in particular either. Okay, I don't think I had been in here before. Or is this just where we start? I'm so confused. Now, this looks totally different. Go up the stairs. I might have overshot with the whole darkness lighting setting, though, because it might be a little bit too dark, especially from a stream standpoint. For whatever reason, it always ends up darker on stream than from me. Like, that happened in Until Dawn when I'm looking back at some of my VODs. It's way too dark in the VODs themselves, where sometimes you can't see anything. Yeah, Playable Teaser was such a good game, but it was only a demo, so it's almost like that kind of style where it's such a creative idea, how it's like the same room over and over, but they keep changing stuff, and it was a very novel, interesting idea, but it's too bad they never made the actual game. It was meant to be a Silent Hill precursor. Like, when the demo is actually better than the game, which, if it even had come out, it might have actually been. The only thing that really would scare me is if those Steam notifications come back. Maybe I just haven't interacted with anything new that I hadn't already done. So maybe there would be a Steam interaction, I just wouldn't know it. So all this time I thought they've been turned off, and then it's going to ruin the session too, because I'm going to have to do it again. What is that? We can go either upstairs or we can go through here, I guess. I think I'm more inclined to go upstairs first. Or wait, is that where I came from? Kind of losing track. It's a pretty linear game, even as I'm complaining, but a lot of the candles kind of went off too. Even in the area I'd previously been in. This game is the greatest ad for a generator since Luigi's Mansion. That was the sort of punchline for that I was looking for, in terms of, you know, if you just did that, that would solve all your problems. Like how I always say, if certain characters in games just had a ladder, Link wouldn't have needed to do the Spirit Temple in Ocarina of Time. You could have just had a ladder and just climbed that shit up, and there you go. It would have saved you fucking 3 hours of time. Simple little hacks like that just fuck everything over. Or even in like detective fiction, like if you just always had like a hidden camera on you or a recorder, right? The villain admits to their crime, ha ha ha, you'll never catch me. But oh, he didn't realize I was recording all the time, everywhere I go. And so, yeah, whenever you hear a noise, just back away. But I'm kind of turning myself around too. It's a weird dynamic when you are doing it like in such a completionist way that you'll miss what it's actually trying to show you. The king in yellow. And what is this one? I saw that the XQC lost like $1 million on, had bet that Harris was going to win the election. We have betting now on fucking elections. I roll something. It's kind of hard to use this rotation for some reason. Wait, let me try to trace my steps back a little bit. Where did I just come from? Here. It is really way too fucking dark. Missing child. Is that my child? 9-year-old boy, height 4'1". Hair color brown. Date missing Monday, 10th October 2016. Last seen wearing a dark red jumper, white t-shirt underneath. Blue jeans and white trousers. Trainers. Any information, please call 032-20881 or 345-54436. There'll be something written on the back. Okay, put the candle back on. I don't know if the candles really do run out on their own. That almost looked like blood for a second there. Dracula. Some of this stuff is really hard to read. We got to read all the flavor text though in the whole fucking game. Yeah, let's just do an ASMR book reading stream and have the monster read it to us in audiobook form over here. I cannot see anything, bro. But it feels like cheating now to change the oh, finally we get a reflection. Well, that's what's really scary about this, the fact that I'm a ghost or I'm just invisible. We can even see the fire, but I can't see myself. What kind of a fucking mirror is that? So what we just did is we just went up the stairs when we could have potentially gone somewhere on the bottom. It could be interesting if they turn it into like a puzzle solving thing. I know that's like a horror trope in a lot of games that I haven't played, like Silent Hill and stuff, where they try to, speaking of that from playable teaser just now, but they try to get you to focus on like solving a puzzle, so like you're so immersed in thinking about that, and then they'll jump scare you, or then they'll try to scare you while you're worried about that. We could use this as a weapon too, if the thinker statue taught us anything from Phoenix Wright, where you can use it as like a weapon multiple times over. It becomes like a serial murder weapon. Or it might not have been the same one, but it was like a second copy that he made as like a gift for fucking Mia. Okay, I want to explore every inch of this area, but I'm having trouble actually seeing anything. Even with the candlelight, it really doesn't help. So we go down this way. Bro, just pull like an Emily from Until Dawn and take off your $500 stash and complain about it like a badass that she is, and say, you know, burn that and make like a torch out of it. I looked great in that top. That was, you know, Emily perfectly sums up my expression. Like, I love people who prove me wrong. Where, you know, like I hate her at the beginning and then she completely does a 180 and impresses me. So that really grows on me a lot. Okay, I don't want to go too far in one direction though. I want to go... So you can sprint, you can crouch. Those are pretty much the main mechanics that you have here. We're just trying to role play in this old-timey house that we feel like, oh, we want to go back to the... That almost looked like it could be a monster's eyes or something from an angle. Eyes and mouth and face or something. Unintentional jump scare. I feel like I'm missing a pathway and I'm not getting it. Didn't I go in a different direction here? And maybe I'm just imagining it. I guess I went here and then I came back and discovered all the stuff that I kind of missed when I was going forward. Getting lost in a linear game, but it's more just like I'm trying to not miss any little details. People would complain, oh, you're playing it too slow or you're being kind of OCD, but that's kind of the best way I feel like to play a game like this, because that's the whole point. If you're just doing it just to beat it or get through it, then that's no fun. All these fucking mirrors that don't serve any purpose. Okay, now we're stuck in here. Thanks for limiting my OCD tendency of going around. And I always do things like that in games just in general, like in a very methodical, planned out way. Go here, do this. Like I might make a mental list all the time that, you know, of what exactly I'm trying to do. And so I especially love to do that on streams in the past too. Like I would have like a checklist. I'm going to go here, do this. Like we have a plan for we have a whole itinerary for wherever I am at in the game. I think I was doing that a lot in Dark Souls too. Like just, there's so many things that I was like checking off a list almost. Let's see what we have. Something Chloe. Me and Chloe. or Chloe in the way that it sort of triggers me. And she cuts off, man, she's really vindictive about this whole thing. She cuts our face out because she hates us so much. I'd like to read it like how it's written here, but I can't really see it very well. Let me actually maybe challenge myself to do that. If we focus, or like I'm trying to still read it on the left. I had a dream last night after I was... This is gonna hurt my fucking eyes, forget it. I had a dream after I was messing around with the ritual shit I found. It wasn't exactly a dream, more like I was reliving a memory. The scariest door appeared in front of me. It had a goat head on it, which, oh, there's the image from the title screen. Really creeped me out. So, like, she's going to use her vindictive hate for us to channel into some ritual and then punish us and kill us or something. Like, sort of, it's one of those innocent horror tropes. Like, they're not really trying to do it, but then they get misled by some momentary emotion, and then they go further than what they thought they would have done, right? Normally. The missing children, the ones from the news, were just waiting outside the door, and I'm shouting, don't knock the door. Two loud bangs, and I wake up in the puddle of sweat. I know it was just a dream and the Baba Yaga nonsense. And the Baba Yaga is nonsense, but it all felt so real. So that was one of the kids that we saw, obviously, on the poster itself. So she discovered something like ritual shit. So there must be stuff that was already here that was kind of... After I was messing around with that ritual shit I found. Because that's the number one thing you should do with it. You found a bunch of ritual shit, or like a Ouija board, and the first thing you should do is not just throw it away or whatever, tell your mom or ignore it. You should actually fuck around with it and test your luck. Yeah, this is the ultimate. Both, it's written so small and I can't see it as it was like on the other one, but now it's even in cursive too. I was a drug addict. I hate those doctor's dream come true document. I was a drug addict. I hate those words. Somebody tried to explain that. I can't remember where I saw that. They tried to explain why are doctors' handwriting so illegible, but it's actually, there was some better reasoning for it. It's because they write so many of those in a day that their hand starts to deteriorate, or like it actually hurts their handwriting, or they have to do it so quickly, or there's some other reasoning besides just them being a show off or something. I was a drug addict. I hate those words, but it's the truth. When I was really bad, I figured you were safer with someone else looking after you. I tried to get back sooner. I really did, but they wouldn't let me. They said I wasn't ready, but I'm ready now. I love you, Chloe, and you kind of rebounded very well to get this fancy house and be an artist and all this. So that's our attempted justification, which doesn't really make it any better. Like, oh, I wasn't neglecting you. I was just high on drugs and therefore forced to neglect you. Like, it's still my fault for being a drug addict, so I don't really feel bad for you there. These screens are kind of annoying because I can't fucking see it. Like how we had the Facebook thing. To Chloe from, I'm assuming me, Chloe, I'm sorry I cannot help further. I hope the little info I sent can help you. T Moon, spells, myths, and magic. Oh, that's somebody else. T Moon. I thought for some reason she was doing it to us because she doesn't want to see our fucking face. I hope the info I sent can be of help to you. And of course, we won't interact with it and read any further. The monster's weakness is in the next email over. But oh no, we don't want to go into our daughter's computer. All right, we can check this out here. This is how thorough I am, though. See, this is why I can't play story games anymore, because I don't have time. It's not that I wouldn't play them like this, but I don't know. It brings out something very good at times that I like in Phoenix Wright games or Danganronpa, even the one case of that I did, or that I almost did because I died at the end. There's a level of immersion that you get out of it that I like. Although I haven't played too many horror games, period, so I don't know if that applies as well, but it kind of seems like it would make sense because it's less about the gameplay and the mechanics and more about trying to take in the atmosphere, so I'm going to do it. Okay. Dude, can I just fucking light this shit up? What the fuck is going on? Is someone else here? You're the one who's playing around with ritual shit. What do you mean is someone else here? Yeah, how about you tell her to give her a little comfort? Yeah, that's your new stepdaddy now. You're blaming me so much, but what happened to your dad? A deadbeat dad is just a-okay, but when the mom tries to reconcile stuff from being a drug addict, oh, now you're the bad guy. I'm not even doing anything. I'm in the same room, just kind of looking around, not really advancing, and I'm just hearing random noises, new noises, like as if I'm missing something. This is the problem too. Like, you got to give the player more of a goal of something to do. Like, you're just kind of wandering around, and I mean, I guess you're sort of discovering flavor about what she might have done in the ritual, but you went in the closet just to get jump scared by whatever that was, and then you just leave. Right? There should at least be something of value that you are trying to do here. It can't just be go here, get jump scared, go there, get jump scared, and that's the whole point of the game. And for me, you even take out the jump scared aspect because this is the same thing they did in playable teasers, speaking of that. But finally, a light. That's the most comforting thing we've seen all day. So did I miss some other door? Now we're gonna have to go all the way back, and this will be like Metroidvania style. There'll be some other older door earlier on that would be open. And you know what I completely missed too, was there was an open door at the bottom of the stairs, and I said I want to go up the stairs first. This is the same one. I don't know why I can't rotate that shit. Right, like now we could go all the way back in the other part of the house, and there'll be some other door that's opened up now that wasn't open before. Which on one hand, I would kind of like that as far as making it feel more open-ended, but on the other hand, it would be kind of annoying because, you know, who would actually go back now and check this at this time? But no, there was definitely a door here that was open. Yeah, that feature was the most annoying thing ever, and I think for a while you couldn't actually turn it off. Some of the notifications on Steam and achievements and stuff that would always pop up on the bottom right, that was always so irritating. I'm surprised that it took them that long to do it, or to allow you to disable it, or that it's so convoluted to try to figure out. That feels like something very basic and intrinsic. Another child goes missing. You'd have to be on drugs to live in a place like this or to buy a house like this. Oh, wait. Sorry. Not anymore. Now, this isn't where I came from, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I get baited by this. It's just a fucking closet. I thought there was a whole nother hallway to go through in here. I made the wrong call in terms of, let's just hide in the closet. Everything is just so painfully scripted in a way. Like, I made the wrong call. I thought, oh, if I go upstairs, there'll be a little something to look at, and then I'll go through here and advance. But in this case, it's the opposite. There was nothing here, and that's how you advance. So, again, what was the point in opening this besides hearing that fucking thing? Like, let's see how far back we could go. Would it let us actually leave the whole place? And go back to some of the other doors in the earlier part? It won't. I'm just always very particular. That's my main fear. Either dying and getting a failure state, of course, within my format, but also the other one would just be... let's see if there's a different book that we haven't seen yet. It's going to be like Edith Finch, where they repeat the books over and over, even though the whole point is you're in an immersive linear environment and it should try to play it real. And, you know, not repeat stuff like that. Water, nice to meet you. What the fuck does that mean? A lot of these are real books too. H.G. Wells, War of the Worlds and stuff. But yeah, why would you have this many copies of the same book? This one I think we had seen previously. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. So where's the staircase now? Yeah, my OCD tendency is like, you know, I'd want to explore every little nook and cranny, and it's weird that sometimes when you just wait around, stuff like that keeps happening. Like, what would they be expecting me to do right now in this room? There's nothing really to do. Right, I was already meant to be upstairs. I'm not even meant to be here now, if you were to play it in like a genuine linear sense. Yeah, I'd either be scared of the achievements breaking my immersion, or the prospect of dying, or what was the other thing? I forgot. Where the fuck is the staircase? Oh, here. You're not getting 100% completionist, you know, missing some flavor. Those are my real fears. I don't know. You know what also would be sort of a preference of mine is if a game like plays it very real. In other words, there's no supernatural stuff and it's just straight and to the point. That can sometimes be more effective because there's less of a suspension of disbelief. You just kind of take it for what it is. It makes it seem like you're walking towards that in the distance, the way they kind of frame this. Literally, like, I'm walking to the end of the hallway there. And of course, you're not even in the reflection, so that'll be the twist, that you're the monster or whatever, but... So I forget exactly where we had gotten to, where the light was sort of swinging. I think it was right there. This is like her room, I guess. In such a big mansion, though, you would have probably many rooms. Or yeah, that's one of the scares of the game. Who keeps opening these laptops when I close them and try to save the battery, especially when the lights are out? Right, that could be very valuable, but every time I try to do that, you leave the room and come back and it resets, which is probably just some weird quirk of the game rather than actually intentionally showing that, oh, somebody is actually here and doing that. Right, like I'm inventing a scare that isn't really there. Like every time I leave the room, somebody's been in here, and that's creepy. How did the laptop open itself? But I guarantee you that's not even intentional. It's just something weird, like the room just resets probably. Right, it'll be... Oh no, I guess not this quickly then. Maybe it's after a certain period of time it does that. I really feel like there's something I'm missing here, but again, it's so linear that there couldn't be much to miss. This will be the longest playthrough of the game ever because I don't even care, like... And I don't know in some of these if you can even save it. I guess it does let you continue, but I don't know to what extent that really matters. Like, if it'll be I'm in the exact same spot or what. I feel like we haven't been able to light too many candles in a while, or I guess just because I was backtracking through places I'd already been. A few times our candle has sort of randomly gone out, but then it just kind of came back on its own. That's kind of more scary than it going out. Like if it goes, okay, dude, okay. If it goes out once, that's fine. Like, okay, it was the wind, or just somehow it runs out over time. But the fact that it would run out for a little bit and then come back is really telling in another way. That's the area with the deer statue. She's mine. Now we're going to win her back in a heartwarming way that she hates us, but we're going to rescue her from a monster in the house that we bought and put her in. But then she's going to be so grateful that we... Will it actually make a sound there? Like, is it actually processing that? I couldn't hear it if it did. You know, that'll be our coming of age moment and character development, that we redeem ourselves for being a drug addict by rescuing our daughter from a monster in the mansion that we bought and made her stay in against her will. And then she'll love us forever because we did that. I just spoiled the whole plot of the game, probably. Jess's diary is, which means it's my diary, unless I'm not even Jess. I don't even know. I wish Ben was here. It's not the same when he's away. He's been my rock through all of this and so supportive of Chloe's custody case. He's right when... Yeah, this is the untold story of Chloe's parents from Life is Strange, and this is why she's so fucked up as a person. He's right when he said, you can't change the past, and what matters is I'm trying to do the right thing now. The scariest thing about having a child... Or yeah, I'd like to hear that as part of her rationalization, like... Various things give me inspiration when it comes to do with art, and now she's like a famous artist or whatever. She's made a certain amount of money from it, and she's showing off her job, right, to her daughter. So it's like part of the reason why I was so successful at sculpting and art is because of the drugs that I use. Like how what's that, like Yellow Submarine or something. A lot of these great songs and hits that artists make is when they're under the influence of drugs, etc. So that's the whole point, is like the fact that she was a drug addict wasn't just like a bump in the road for her. It actually helped her, and it inadvertently made her so successful at becoming an artist in the first place. The scariest thing, so she won't mention that in the little expose, like, oh, various things give you inspiration, like your daughter and this and that. But no, what about my drug use, my rampant drug use before? It maybe gave her a skill that now she wouldn't have had otherwise. The scariest thing about having a child is not the pain of sleepless nights, it's the love, and nobody prepares you for that. I loved Chloe when she was born, when I was high, when I gave her up, even when I was 1,000 miles away, and I love her now. She's mine, and I'll never let anybody take her from me again. But you're the one who fucking took her from yourself by using drugs. A victim blamer moment. Like, why would you... What am I grabbing onto? Oh, I thought there was something else there. You know, victim blame you, like, oh, it's the drugs' fault, it's the government's fault that they took me away from you because I was using drugs. But it's like, you're the one who's using them, so you know what I mean? Like, people always want to sympathize. Well, they're an addict, but how about you just don't even use it in the first place, dude? Sis. Yeah, some artists do. Oh, here's the ritual stuff that we were talking about. So I guess we've never been here before. Or we just didn't pay it any mind. She, you know, obviously unleashed something by doing this. This room is the least scary of all because there's so much light already. You really think you know, when you're relying on candlelight the whole time, you really think, she's just going through a phase. The phase, you know, when you're relying on candlelight the whole game to give us this many candles, you really think that's scary to give me this much of a source of light? I was begging, please just give me a source of light. Please, please. Oh, this isn't what I had in mind. A fucking demonic ritual site. Now, these books should be a little less flavorful to that. They should be something to do with white words. Is this some sort of new age like fucking propaganda thing that says like, oh, these words were, I don't know, like from the European colonists and they have some racist undertones, so we have to stop using them? Some sort of new age fucking 1619 project. Everything the PC, everything about the PC, the political correctness. These are the books that Florida is trying to ban, so we got to hide them away in our basement. The beautiful space. I mean, they put all this shit in here for a reason, right? For flavor that you must appreciate. Okay, that almost creeped me out a little bit because that looks like a person, but I think it's just a statue. We're gonna fuck up the ritual table and solve the whole game right there. That's us. So she's trying to manifest our death or something. Water from the well to cleanse the souls of the innocent she devours. That could almost be a permadeath condition format within what I do as well. Like, I'll play a horror game until I get scared. So if I genuinely get scared, which I guess I already was sort of startled by some of the jump scares. It's not like I'm really scared, but it makes you flinch back a little bit or something, you know? It's just, it's hard not to because they just fucking throw random shit at you, but I won't really count that. Like, if I'm genuinely afraid, like when do people really scream when they're playing games? That's why it seems so fake. Like, who really does that? Why would you? Or even watching a movie, it's like even when you're watching a comedy or something, I'm not the type to do that. Like, oh, or I'm gonna scream in a horror movie, or I'm gonna laugh out loud in a fucking thing. Like, you might smirk a little, smile. That's about it. Like, I'm the most desensitized person, so it's gonna be. Nothing is going to work on me. Jess's diary, October 11, 2016. It's been so tough in the past few days. Chloe hates me, and I don't blame her. I'm trying to make it up. Wait, why is this here, though, in the ritual space? I'm trying to make it up to her, trying to make her see that I'm not the same person who was unfit. Or maybe she took it from us, basically. as if we have 100 different diaries that we have like one page, we fill in one page in each, and we put one in every room in the house. What is this, Gone Home, or they try to contrive it in a way that, oh, you're organically discovering all the little tidbits of this family in the house, but it's arranged in such a way that's so contrived, with documents over the course of several years to try to tell you a whole story of their life, that nobody would actually have a house arranged like that. I'm trying to make it up to her, try to see that I'm not the same person that was unfit to look after her all those years ago. Letting them take her away from me was the hardest decision I could ever make, but it was the right one. I needed help. Sometimes even now, I can't sleep when I ache for another fix. Thank God I have my work to distract me. I spent hours last night in the studio. Or that could be also the twist, that the whole game is us just having a drug trip and thinking that this stuff is actually happening. I spent hours last night in the studio working on my latest sculpture. I'm not totally happy with the concept, but it's slowly getting there. I wish the same could be said about my relationship with Chloe. Well, this isn't a good start to not even have electricity on for her. It's an old building. What do you want me to do? Like, that's the first like puzzle-esque interaction that we have to work with. Why is it so bright up there? Like, there's no other light source. Where is that light coming from? The other windows don't look like that. A lot of these are probably our sculptures, of course. What the hell was that? I just picked it up and it like went through my face. Like, it kept going. Sometimes I have a good track record of finding bugs in games because I do all kind of weird stuff that you're not really meant to do. This could be like her holding her daughter. But little do you know, now you're immediately going to throw her away and fucking go get high on drugs. Or if you're Casey Anthony, you go get high on life and you just party all the time. Because I don't think she was really a drug user type of person, but still, she was more concerned about partying and stuff than actually her daughter. It's the ultimate consequence, right? Like, you party and you party too much, and then you fuck around and have sex, and then you have a kid as a result of partying around and sleeping around, and now you can't party anymore because you got to take care of the kid. Like, it's the ultimate self-defeating paradox. Book decorating. It's so hard to rotate this, actually. Better homes and gardens. What was it that we were even meant to interact with? Oh yeah, we have the little thing here. First time we've interacted with something that isn't just opening a door. But no, this game is maybe meant to be played in like VR or something. What the hell is this? Shouldn't our character be reacting a little more to what's going on here? And even that ritual site is probably something that wasn't like that before. Like, we're acting like, oh, that's just always how this room is. Okay, they're trying to use the door sounds a little bit too much. But yeah, she knocked twice to kind of get out of the little daze that she was in. I guess that's the one thing that... So the baby is missing now from that. Yeah, our character shows no verbal or visual or any kind of reaction. They're kind of like me. I'm just kind of expecting all this to happen. But if you were actually experiencing this in real life... Oh, I see. Now we're going to collect all the ritual items to engage an even darker, deeper stage of the ritual. But why would we want to do that is the big question. You offer up the chalice to get rid of the baby. That's an analogy for abortion. We just had an abortion. The greatest horror and evil of all in that one moment. Why are you doing this to me? I wish you were dead. And we're not reacting to that either. Like, what is she talking about? Just the fact that there's no electricity on? Or something that we just did that's causing her pain? Or she thinks that we're both going to turn each other against ourselves. Like, we think that she's trying to creep us out with respect to, you know, oh, she was the creepy girl up in the window there, and I So we would think as the mother that she's trying to mess with us, and she thinks that we're trying to mess with her, but really it's somebody else. I don't actually know what... I thought, you know, we're supposed to find an object for each of these, but I'm not really seeing anything. We probably just have to leave. These doors all just magically lock on their own. There's like a red flag issue that characters always have in these type of stories. Like, how many red flags do you need? Like objects just disappearing and magically materializing somewhere else, and doors just randomly locking and all these kind of things. Or maybe the door isn't locked, but it's one of those things, like it's just showing you the psychological state of the character that, oh, they're mentally locked out of opening it because they just don't want to, because they have other business to attend to here. Okay, what the fuck? This was the photo of ours. Jessica Webb Thomas, Sapphire Art Award winner 2016. Water from the well to cleanse the souls of the innocent she devours. That's just the writing on the back, obviously. This must be some sort of advanced puzzle that you have to find some little trinkets all over the place. Oh, this was pretty well hidden if this is actually something you need. It would not make that kind of sound, by the way. You're dropping a receipt. What the fuck is this? You're dropping a receipt onto a fucking wooden table, and it's making that fucking loud ass sound. What the fuck? A piece of paper hits a wooden cardboard box, and it makes that noise every time. So is there something more to do with this? We picked up the chalice. It's going to be another stupid thing where you have to just look up and get jump scared by something. Like, that moment was kind of dumb, right? We're out in the courtyard and it's like, what meaningful interaction do I have to do to progress? Oh wait, we just have to stand there and fucking... We just have to look up randomly. Am I gonna lose to a game with no failure state by just getting stuck on some random shit? A lot of the things to interact with are not real interactions either. Like, there's nothing really meaningful to do with them. I want to see if there's some different books that we haven't seen so far, and a lot of them don't even have names. That's part of my journal collection, where again I have a full book there just to write out one page in every room of my house, so I can have different journals everywhere, and it's all in continuation just for the benefit of the player to discover them as if it's organic, but it's not organic at all. Just a diary, October 11th. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not the same. Or wait, is this the same entry? Oh no, maybe I'm complaining about that one unduly because maybe I just tossed it over there as I'm fucking around with all these objects. But generally speaking, right, why would you have a journal here with one page filled out and then a journal in the bedroom with one page filled out? I can't sleep, need another fix. Damn it, I'm actually kind of not sure what to do. I can't leave. Random sound, that might mean we did something good and we're progressing, even though... Jesus Christ, dude, the darkness is gonna be fucking dog shit. Especially when I go to edit it, upload it, like... It'll be even worse for you. I didn't see this before. Are these like frozen pizzas or what? We don't have electricity anyway, so we can't fucking cook them. We'll have to cook them under the fucking candlelight. Microwavable frozen pizza. I guess I didn't see this area before. You would think like, oh, somewhere in this room is one item for each of those, you know, segments, but I don't know. Let's offer up a pizza to the fucking demons here. Put one box on each fucking thing here. Alright, that's the same thing. We'll cook the pizza within burning hellfire. And candlelight over there. Fucking so stupid. Damn it. What does it expect you to do? Or now the door will just randomly be open. Or I guess I'm going in some direction here that I can't even see. What? This is the true hard mode difficulty of this game to, oh, shit. First interactable item besides the candle so far. In Slavic folklore, Baba Yaga is a supernatural being who appears as a deformed, ferocious-looking woman. She is the most ancient kind of witch, truly dark. She dwells in purgatory and feasts on children. She cannot just simply go on and prey on children to eat. They have to be given to her in the form of a sacrifice. This ritual, she believed, would give her the power over death itself. Okay. And of course, she mentioned that in the journal. Chloe. Wait, how was I even spread? Okay, E. You can do that to try to just see for a second. I don't know if it's going to run out of something. It's like a hairspray with a candle in front of it. I think. I don't know how I even got here. I just ran in like a random direction that I couldn't even tell. Fuck. I keep trying to left click to spray it. Now I won't be able to find that thing. There's a head there, but that could just be part of a sculpture. We burned that away, but how the fuck did I even get in here? I genuinely was just running randomly against the wall. I just have to keep using this as a source of light, and if it burns out, then I guess I just lose the game because I just want to retrace my step and see where I came from. Is it gonna run out? Like, I don't even care if it does. Like, it can't hard lock me, can it? Okay. And we have a dead end here. This might have some other Metroidvania implications for other parts of the game, earlier parts. Ah, fuck, I think it ran out. Or maybe now I'm not expected to use it anymore. This is locked anyway. This may be connecting to a part that I was at earlier. Or can I not even pick that up anymore? I feel like this is maybe that same courtyard we were at before. But okay, let me try to retrace that a little bit though, if I can, to be able to I just want to see like what else was in there, and I couldn't really figure out exactly how to get back. This part is really unfairly dark. Gotta appreciate all the sculptures that she makes, some of which might not even be hers. These were already just here. We literally bought Epstein's mansion or some shit. Okay, those are sculptures. So my biggest curiosity is how the fuck did we even get in here in the first place? And the answer is, I honestly don't even know. I guess we went through that. I swear, I was just lost in that room and I just start running against the wall and I have no idea what I'm doing. So those are the various forms of hard mode difficulty that if there is a failure state, which there may or may not even be, then if I die, the playthrough is over. If I You know, we have maybe the mic consideration if there even is that interactivity, which is annoying because that was the whole point of what I was doing here. That this is like a gauntlet of games that, oh, I'm playing like a bunch of horror games that all have mic integration where like the monster can hear you and stuff, but I don't know to what extent that's really relevant. Like I'm not really seeing where that's coming into play. Wait, now if I quit out, I'm just curious, like where will I actually end up? Yeah, I don't know if I just wasted the spray can that like now we run out, but again, it wouldn't hard lock us in that way. Like, will I appear in exactly the same spot? But yeah, this icon is obviously what she opened up. So she was just bored in the house alone and probably fucking around with all this shit. And I guess we somehow were oblivious to it and didn't know it was there. Or didn't think anything of it if we did see it. Wait, but now by quitting out, we don't have a candle anymore? Are you serious? Is that the price we pay for? Wait, that's not fair. Or maybe I could just use this as a source of light. Or can I just like pick up a candle from anywhere? Wait, that's bullshit though. So by quitting out, you lose the candle that you got like at the beginning of the game. Yeah, this seems like the same place that we originally had. Maybe I have to go all the way back to the first room and do it that way. Oh, that seems like bullshit. Like, oh, you're not meant to quit out yet until you get to a certain checkpoint or something, but... And it was saying grab something, but I don't know if that was the candle or what. I can't even see. How ironic. You can't see. Just find the candle, but you would need the candle to be able to find it because you don't have no other source of light. Just fucking rip one of these out of there, dude. Holy shit. I don't want to change the brightness in the middle of the game because then that feels like, oh, it's almost cheating, but... Or whatever, but... Generally, we gotta maybe overcorrect a little bit in the future because this is a little bit ridiculous. Okay, whatever. So that was a good immersive session. I'm just a little disappointed because I don't know about the mic integration or lack thereof. Like, that was the category under which I found this. Let me go ahead and recap what the other games I have on Steam are that I'm going to do as part of this. So I'll play each of them either until I beat it or until I die. So this is like a whole horror gauntlet of stuff that I bought together, mainly because they were sort of all on sale, but I was also intrigued by that whole thing in terms of the mic mechanic. So Emily wants to play, then Stay Close, Midnight Evil, In Silence, Fears to Fathom, The Classrooms, Super Normal, Panicore, and Psychopath Massacre. Okay, so today I'm doing a rare late night stream, and what better thing to do than, I guess, a horror game for that. But normally I would say, you know, horror stuff doesn't bother me, and I'm even known for as somebody who's like very desensitized to horror games and even just movies and stuff like that typically doesn't bother me. But I will admit the nighttime aspect can be a little unnerving because it sort of puts you on edge. So like you're home alone and any little noise in your house, like a little rat or something, could fuck with you a bit. So I get it. Like, it just puts you in like kind of the wrong mindset that you don't want to be in the middle of the night or before you go to bed or whatever. But generally I'm known as somebody who even makes fun. In fact, that was just the last clip I posted to my YouTube, is sort of me playing Silent Breath and being so desensitized, like rolling my eyes, like random noises are so scary and, you know, blah blah blah. Like, it's the same kind of tropes and bullshit over and over. But it's a case where it's just something that never really affects me or bothers me too much, in a way that I almost sort of pseudo want to show it off at times. Like, you know, you know, do like a lie detector test to try to cheat it. It's the same sort of thing. Like, try not to get scared challenge, but I would easily succeed without even trying because it's no big deal. So I've done 3 sessions of this game so far, and they've all been relatively short. But the first one was sort of put a damper on it, was the fact that the Steam achievements kept breaking my immersion. So I basically wasn't really into the game too much, because I kept trying to look up how to turn them off, and it took a while, and I thought I turned it off, and then I really didn't. So whatever, that first session was garbage. But the second session was obviously where I made a little bit of progress. Again, I'm taking my time and playing like a story game, so I sort of meander and whatever, but that's just how I like to do it. It is a permadeath first playthrough. Now, again, with games like this, the issue becomes whether there even is a failure state or not. Like a story game, you won't even know if you can die at all, or even if you can, it'll be like super unclear whether you actually did or not. So any little minor thing that seems like a failure state, if you just reset to the beginning of the room or something, that should count. Sometimes I expand the definition. If you fail to solve a puzzle once, like in Professor Layton, right, even though that's not actually a failure state, I considered that. Or even if I just couldn't solve it in a certain amount of time, like Contradiction or Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Those were both games that I technically died in, like first playthrough permadeath, even though they didn't have a failure state at that point. I took 3 hours to solve one puzzle, so I said fuck it, or I couldn't find the answer to something, so I genuinely just gave up and said like that should count as a defeat if you take that long. So I'll extrapolate and make it my own format, but that's the danger of going into something saying with my trademark signature format, first playthrough permadeath, where I play a game completely blind, not knowing anything about it, and it's permadeath. And if I die or reach a failure state at any point, it's over. The playthrough's over. I stop playing the game, and then I just move on to something else, right? And then I typically don't come back to it for a very long time. My rule was sort of for at least 6 months I can't play it again, but typically it's much longer than that. And so my point is that it's dangerous to do that with certain games, like a story game, because I go into it and I say it's a first playthrough permadeath, but there is no failure state. So it's like I'm lying. I'm trying to act like I'm doing something that you can't even do, but I don't know that, and I couldn't know that unless I got spoiled on the game. And again, I don't like to look stuff up, so how would I even know? Right, so it leads to some weird circumstances. So with horror games, it is that sort of duality where either you can't die at all and everything's just scripted, or again, it'll be super unclear what would count as dying, or it just wants to reset you to the beginning of the room, or something weird like that happened in Amnesia. Like, I go through Machine for Pigs the whole game, right? And I'm towards the end of it, and I don't even know whether I died or not. Like, I was in the little water area and some scripted sequence happens, and then it reset me, or it even reset me, but it put me further than where I was. So it like advanced me by resetting me. So I didn't even understand what happened. So I counted that, but it's just sometimes not super clear. And then it's one of two things. Again, either there is no failure state in a story game or a horror game, or there's a failure state super often and you're expected to die over and over, and it's trial and error, like Slender the 8 Pages or Baldi's Basics, or even like that Silent Breath I just played. You're not really meant to beat the game in one shot, in one try, right? Even though that's my trademark and I would still want to approach it that way. That's the problem, is that it's supposed to be trial and error, Five Nights at Freddy, right? You're expected to die 100 times every 5 seconds over and over. There's a failure state constantly. Right, so let's recap kind of the story. Basically, we're a shitty mom who was a drug addict who had our child taken away from us, but it's still our fault. A little victim blaming that we have to do. So we were a drug addict, and then we overcame it and became a rich artist, and we have a nice house that we're showing off, even though we can't afford the electricity for it at this point. We're having some issue with the power, and we have the ability to also say that our daughter hates us. And we also can consider the fact that, again, we recovered from our drug addiction, even though she's still mentioning having having a desire to go back and relapse. But yeah, we overcame that. We became a good artist, a sculptor. We have a fancy house, and our daughter hates us. We got custody back of her, right, recently. And so it's almost some weird dynamic where you think she's the one who's doing all this, but actually it's kind of the ritual she did. We saw like the whole pentagram room and everything like that. Now, one thing that seemed to be an issue at the end of last session, I sort of quit out and went back in just to see like what would happen when you continue. Like, do I start at the first room again, even if the progress is saved and stuff? But what happened is when I went back in, I lost my candle. So now that's what you get in the first room, and now, so what? Like, I just have to deal with not having a candle when it's already so unbelievably dark? That doesn't seem... Oh, wait, I got it back. Never mind. I was just bitching about that. You might think, oh, it's the phone that did it, but... What the fuck? I swear. You can even look at my stream. I didn't have the candle, and now I do. Or maybe I picked it up from somewhere. But that would have been like a bug or something very ruinous that you just get fucked, because I don't know where you get it from otherwise. I swear to God, I didn't have it. But yeah, our daughter hates us, you know, sort of understandably, because we sort of abandoned her to a degree. There is some good potential for puzzle solving in a game like this, where you can kind of go around, and it's a very labyrinthian sort of house, but realistically you would probably know it a little better. Or I guess we maybe just moved in recently, I can't remember exactly, but it's your own house, so even if it is so hard to navigate as the player, or so confusing, it wouldn't be for you, for the character. Okay, dude, Thunder fucking attempted a jump scare. But no, my whole point is that, you know, oh, she's the one who's behind this. She's doing this to fuck with us because she hates us so much. Or she thinks we're doing it to fuck with her because we hate her. But, you know, it's just that she unleashed some sort of ritual. I can't remember what even happened. Like, we went through a whole area here, and then we came back around. We went through that whole part of the house for what even? What did we get out of it? The way this game is paced is almost like you have to go through the jump, you know, go this way just to see some sort of jump scare attempt. I guess we discovered the ritual area, so we kind of know what's going on a bit now. And we got this little interactable candle plus hairspray to create like a little fire, you know, flamethrower, if you will. But I guess we couldn't take it with us. But no, it's like you gotta do everything just to see the jump scare. It's one of those, like, what would you call it? Like a story simulator, walking simulator. So like, I'm in this room originally, right? In the outdoor corridor, and it's like, what do I do to progress? Oh, I have to look up and see the, you know, I assume that was our daughter with her phone out, or it could be something else. I couldn't see it very clearly. And like, oh, we get jump scared by that is the intent, and then you can move on. So your progress is tied to not actually doing anything productive or logical, but just like sort of getting, you know, witnessing whatever scare they want you to witness, and then they'll let you progress. Like, it's kind of a dumb design philosophy, but it should happen sort of more organically, where you're doing what you're trying to do. I imagine like Silent Hill is like that, in the sense that you're always trying to solve a puzzle. Oh wait, I thought I was going down somehow, because there's a, you can just see below, I guess. I mean, I genuinely can't see shit. Imagine if I had to do this without the candle. But no, I don't know to what extent there'd be a failure state. That's one thing that can create a horror dynamic. That actually kind of was a little freaky. It's like a sculpture of something which could be my own handiwork. Maybe that's the twist, is that I'm doing this, I'm into all this ritualistic shit, and I made all this, or that's why I bought the house. But we found, you know, we inadvertently bought like Epstein's mansion or some sort of weird fucking cultish place. And of course our daughter, in boredom or anger or whatever, decided to fuck around with it, of course. Wait, what? That didn't happen with the other one. We've seen that exact doll before. But no, it's like, what gets me is maybe like a more slow brooding type of style, where it's not like trying to jump scare you or stuff like that. But or like, even again, the failure state of dying, and especially the fact that it's permadeath, would create a certain dynamic there that could be disturbing, because now you are scared of anything that could potentially kill you. You're not so much scared of it in and of itself, you're scared of dying, right? And so that happened to me in The Last of Us. Like, I'm doing grounded permadeath attempts and stuff, and it's like I would get scared of the clickers because I knew they could end my run, so it kind of fucked with me a little bit. And then you're in those enclosed areas, like an isolated space with several clickers in it, and forced to listen to their sound all the time. So now you're associated, first of all, this, you know, sound is slow and long and brooding, and it's just a part of the ambience, so that can mess with you. And I was using these big pair of headphones that was really immersive too. So that all combined with the fact that you associate the sound that they're making with your death, because if you fuck up, you know they're there, and, you know, death is around the corner, so you're hearing it constantly, a reminder of that. So that aspect of it can be good. So that's actually a good use of horror in a game, is the fact that tying your life, you know, your tying your success in your life to a threat that makes it really feel meaningful in that way, because you don't want to die. And it's especially meaningful for me because you have like some kind of weird reflective floor type thing going on. I don't understand what that is. Like, are we looking below into somewhere, or is it just reflecting what we're looking at? But no, you tie it to that in a way that makes it feel meaningful. And again, in a permadeath sense, that's highly valuable. Because yeah, that really can fuck with me if I feel like, oh, this could end my 10-hour run of a first playthrough permadeath or whatever, a permadeath challenge of Grounded, permadeath, Last of Us and stuff. So all that work, all that effort could go down the drain, and I'm hearing the source of it, the potential source of it in a clicker that could one-shot me if I fuck up a little bit, right? If I do one thing wrong. So that is a genuine fear. I'm not afraid of it in a typical sense, like, oh, it's scary, but I'm scared of wasting 10 hours of my time that, you know, you really are gonna undo all my progress just because I fuck up something. That's at least a good organic form of fear that you can have. And one technique you can always do, right, if you really are squeamish or scared, is like, you go here, it's like, they're gonna jump scare you with something, so immediately you go backwards every time. Or even if there was like a threat or a danger. And what these games can sometimes do is they can lull you into a false sense of security. You can get jump scared by just basic objects like that because you can't see them until you're right on them, or the fact that but no, it'll lull you into a false sense that, well, light isn't scary. It'll lull you into a false sense that there is no failure state, or that there is or that like everything is fine. And the reason why, yeah, we're gonna rescue our daughter and then she's gonna love us. This is how we set all this up, just to create that scenario, right? It'll be a coming of age, you know, proving ourselves to her, character developing moment. But it'll make you think there's no failure state for a while, and then there'll suddenly be one, and then you won't be ready for it. And why we don't just text her back when she keeps doing that is beyond me as well. Almost makes us seem like the bad guy. Why are we ghosting our daughter at a time like this? Yes, she's being mean to us, but we could offer her some comfort, especially when there's no fucking... Just use your phone as a fucking source of light, since it never seems to die. It's just there as a story mechanic to have her keep talking shit to us. That's where we were just looking. This looks like the same place we were just at, but I guess it's just a different outdoor area. But no, I'm trying to get immersed in these type of games, but the problem is that I play them so slowly that, you know, it takes me forever, which I don't even mind that, but it's like how I would do a story game. And, you know, I'm like overly thorough in moments like this because, or in games like this, because there's no point, because there's nothing you really that you're going to be able to interact with, or it's very limited in scope. But I'm just giving it more credit. Like, maybe I'll find some Easter egg, maybe I'll do something else. Yeah, the biggest thing I was scared of was the Steam achievements at the beginning and the notifications at the bottom, because that was breaking my immersion. So that would scare me because it's ruining my whole thing. Fuck this stupid ass phone thing, dude. You should be using that as a source of light, and you should... Wait, what happened? Wait. I'm getting all turned around. How did I get in here? What if I just ignore her? Dude, it is so hard to see. Like, in future games like this, I'm doing like a Gauntlet where I'm playing all these games that supposedly have to do with mic integration. Like, or, you know, that's why I did Silent Breath and Albedo and all these ones. They can like hear your voice, and that's supposed to factor in, although I haven't seen that in this game yet. So maybe I got baited. It said it on like the Steam page, or like it was on a list of games that have to do with that, but maybe it only works with the VR version, or maybe it'll be introduced later. But it doesn't even acknowledge the mic. Like, you would think it would show it here somehow, like, oh, Blue Yeti mic, and have a proper setup for it. But the next game I play, I'll definitely turn the brightness up a bit more, because I'm sort of I have to overshoot a bit, because I didn't realize how bad it would be, and it's even worse on stream probably. But yeah, this is like a mic gauntlet of horror games, all permadeath, whatever. In fact, let's recap. I keep doing this every time, just so this is what we'll do, right? I bought like 10 of them. They were on sale, whatever, right? So right after Halloween, all I did was I played Silent Breath for Halloween, and then it got me in the mood to try all these other ones. So we did Silent Breath was the first one, right? And that wasn't permadeath because I just was dissatisfied with my first death, so I did it a couple more times, whatever. But then we did that little Red Hood one in itchy.io, right, where you have to yell to turn around and stuff like that. So I did that briefly. I think I also didn't really do that in permadeath because I maybe tried it a second time. And then the third one I did was albedo, which that was permadeath. And I like that one because the mechanic was like you're saying the spell names and stuff. So that use of the mechanic was sort of good and creative, and talking to the guy, saying yes or no. That was a good use of the mechanic. The Little Red Hood one was a little bit contrived because you have to constantly keep yelling every 5 seconds to turn around. So that's sort of overused as a gimmick. Silent Breath I didn't even fully understand because you could just not talk and it wouldn't be a big deal. So albedo is definitely the best use of it. This one doesn't even seem to have any use of it. So we have Emily Wants to Play would be the next one. Stay Close, Midnight Evil, In Silence, Fears to Fathom, The Classrooms, Super Normal, Panicore, and Psychopath Massacre. So we'll go through each of those and again either beat the game or just die and end the run, one or the other. And we only get one shot at each one. And like I said, when we're done with that, then I will be able to, it'd be interesting to see how far you can go if you don't read the message. Like, you have a door here, and then we had a door maybe at the end of the hallway. Yeah, we'll go through those, then we'll segue into the itchy.io Gauntlet, where I'll play a bunch of games on there. Not necessarily horror games, just anything, right? Because it's not something I really used before. There's a lot of obscure games, a lot of indie games, etc., that I'm sure would be interesting to look at. And I'll also do that in permadeath. I'm really fucking scared. It's come for me. This is all my fault. Well, at least now you're not talking shit to us anymore. She's had a little character development here herself, I guess. So yeah, we're gonna rescue her and everything will be fine. But yeah, what you got to do is like set up a bunch of rules for how the monster works or whatever that, you know, doesn't make it feel just totally random. So you feel like, yeah, that'll help. Let's make some fucking noise. I don't know if those actually break or I can never find them. No, I guess not. There's so many things you could use as potential weapons that you could carry around with you, but nobody in these games is ever smart enough to do that. That's what I'll do in a horror game a lot of the time. Like, I'll spend Until Dawn, that kind of happened, or other games. Like, I'll spend the whole time just getting triggered by how stupid the characters are and saying, you could have done this, you could have done that, so it's totally your fault, and I don't even feel bad for you. Department of Health and so now I've been through here probably. This is the same thing. Temporary, or they're just recycling flavor maybe. Jessica Webb Thomas, please accept the letter as a form of agreement. Oh, and Webb and Light and consent of Chloe. The consent part is kind of what I question because she doesn't seem very happy about it. We're happy to inform you that you're able to arrange a trial custody period once the staging period has agreed. Okay, so we get it back, and again, that's because we're off the drugs and or because we're rich and successful. But I wonder if the two could coexist. Like, oh, I'm like Johnny Depp and I still have drug and alcohol issues, but I'm wealthy, so I can, that justifies the custody. Like, what if I was still a drug addict, but I just became super successful and got the same house and I'm a great sculptor? What if the drug use actually inspires me and gives me ideas and motivation for my work, right? So would I still get custody if I had been wealthy but a drug addict, or if I was poor but I was no longer a drug addict, like one or the other? But I guess this is the best of both worlds, where we're not a drug addict and anymore, and yeah, this is just a normal fucking painting to have in your house. That is actually fucked up, dude. You know, we're not a drug addict anymore and we're wealthy or whatever. We've been successful with our sculpting, I guess. Just use an AI to sculpt generator. That's going to be all the rage probably in the modern day. Like, you can't do anything with that. It gives you like this illusion that you have some variety of where to go, but I don't know. I kind of like how I'm playing this, though. It's like so slow paced that I want to play like a story game after this, because I haven't done this in a while. But again, a game like this in a while, and the reason why is because it works better when I stream for longer periods of time, and I just simply don't have the time to do that. there's always like some internal logic too, like in a horror setting, even if it was real life. Like, should you close the door behind you, that way nothing can follow you in, or should you leave it open in case you have to run out, right? It's this sort of false duality of, in case something comes and chases me, I want it to be open so I can leave, or in case something is following me from behind, I don't want it to sneak up on me either. So which decision do you make? It's like the sound issue that happens sometimes. Oh, you can open it in or out, both ways. Like, is silence scary? Because, like, you know, loud noises can be scary, especially suddenly and abruptly, but a constant humming sort of, you know, repetitive sound can also be disturbing, like the clickers or something like that. And also total silence can be scary too, because that means that a predator must be around, that there's no buzzing of insects or birds or whatever that there normally would be. So if it's too quiet, that's scary. If it's too loud, that's scary. If it's somewhere in between, that could be scary. Like, anything can be scary depending on your perspective of it. But no, the problem with a lot of these things is what happened there. Like, the music suddenly stopped. Like, a lot of it is window dressing, where, you know, nothing you do really matters, nothing really does anything. It's just all for show. If you open this place up, this could have been a lot more interesting, and maybe that'll happen later. Like, there's a million fucking doors, so if you could go freely through them all, and why you wouldn't be able to, I don't know. It's not like, oh, they're randomly locking themselves. Let us do this as a mini game. Best dark game since GTA 4. Okay, what was that? But no, I like this idea of ignoring her phone, actually. Like, does that mean it's not going to progress until I hear that? Or that's going to be open? I like to think of it as like, oh, it's our character's psychological limit. Like, we don't want to open this right now. Not that we can't, not that it's locked or that we can't open it. It's more like the character giving you direction. Like, oh, we can play a whole bunch of mini games in here. I'm a Bronny James role player going to the G League. Fucking dumpster fire. They make all that drama about him just for him to end up there. Like, what the fuck, dude? And people say, oh, don't be mean to him. People are being mean just because, oh, they're hating on him because of LeBron. They don't like LeBron or something. But it's the opposite, because the only reason why we care about him is that us and like our boyfriend, or what? I forget how recently we moved in here, but I was gonna say damsel, like damsel in distress. Hansel and Gretel. What is this one here? I love these ones without any names on them, and we have a bit of a recurring trope where there'll be like one page of a journal filled out in every room. So there'll be a separate little network lantern, as I call it. If you know, you know. The world is a business. Like, there'll be a journal here with one page filled out, and we'll look at that, and then we'll go in a different room and there'll be another journal with one page filled out, like, just for the window dressing of the player, but to give you gradual little breadcrumbs. But it doesn't really make any sense. Similar to what I said about Gone Home, with respect to the way they have stuff strewn all over the place in a way that's very convenient. It works well from a storytelling standpoint, but it's not really believable, or it doesn't really make any sense. And this is always an immersion aspect too. I'd rather read it here, but it's sometimes a little hard to see, right, that this is more flavorful, but I guess really not. It would be more so like that if it was like written in handwriting. May 9th, 2016. I can't fucking read it. Actually, I can kind of read this part a little bit. Ben Thomas, on behalf of Jessica Webb Thomas, to whom it may concern. I have known Jess for over 5 years, and now, and now we have been lovingly married for the last 3. It is a great honor and privilege that I write this character reference for my wife. She is a soulmate and passionate, loving, caring woman. She is my shoulder to cry on, a voice of reason. I would be proud for her to be the mother of my children. I believe that depriving Chloe from Jess is depriving everything that she has to offer from the chance to make new amends. We know mistakes were made a long time ago, and I truly believe that Jess will do anything to keep sure Chloe is safe, happy, and loved. She has turned life around and become a success. I truly believe she deserves a second chance to be with her daughter. She is a shoulder to cry on. I believe I've known her for 5 years, lovingly married for the last 3. So, okay. That's good. I mean, it seems like they really gave her a much harder time to get her back than I would have thought. Like, you don't need all these character references and shit and 3 years of marriage. Like, fucking, you're not a drug addict. That's all you should need to show. Oh, this would be kind of fun if it let you fuck around with this, but it's too bad I can't see anything. Yeah, use the little pool cue as a weapon. This place looks fucking awesome, actually, though. Oh shit, we can actually do it. This will be some puzzle we have to solve. So many things you could use as a weapon, like some kind of oh shit, look at that. How to fucking avoid every weapon in existence, speed run challenge, gone wrong, failed. Like, why the fuck are you not using any of this? Maybe because you're going against supernatural forces and you know it wouldn't work, but I mean, at least give it a shot, dude. Ground floor, yeah, too bad I can hardly see this shit in the darkness. Ground floor, kitchen, entrance hall, drawing room, games room, basement. Okay. Do we get to keep it with us or no? We just don't take weapons, don't take maps, anything. Like, fuck everything, dude. You just gotta be a dumb piece of shit. Oh, we can see it here pretty well, though. I keep expecting some flavor on the back of one of these things because it lets you rotate them, but I guess we haven't seen anything of the sort yet. I'm literally just trolling by not looking at the fucking phone either. I just want to see what it'll affect. Fire to cooker, cold dead heart. Front Chloe age 9 and her favorite Ruby doll Ruby. Back fire to cook. Okay, we see that. It's not quite as effective when you read it in just plain text like that. Summoning ritual. Spirit gemstone amethyst, water gemstone sapphire. It's like we were trying to fill these up ourselves too. Like we filled up one of them when we were down in the basement. Spirit gemstone amethyst, water gemstone sapphire, fire gemstone ruby, earth gemstone emerald, air gemstone diamond. You know, isn't this something else though? There's like azul or something, or lapis lazuli or something would be more like a blue color. You know, fire ruby makes sense, emerald makes sense. We learned this from Legend of Zelda, but this should be something else, or that just doesn't look blue enough. Looks too much white. Amethyst is spirit. That could be like for the Shadow Temple. I don't really think of diamond as having to do with air, but spirit, water, fire, earth, air. You're getting some kind of bootleg internet advice on how to do demonic rituals. Oh shit, I just tossed that shit. Where did it end up? What the fuck? How did it even go there? Yeah, where was the basketball hoop even? I should have fucked around with that. I see this, but I don't see... Is this a WNBA basketball? Because I couldn't handle a manly one. I'm just a poor little fucking girl. Yeah, like people were having that discussion. Could Caitlin Clark play in the NBA? Absolutely, she could play in the NBA. Would she be nearly as good as she is? Like, relatively, of course not. So it's like to say she couldn't play in the NBA is actually wrong, right? The best players in the WNBA could absolutely play in the NBA, but they would be like a role player. They'd be like a Steve Kerr, spot-up shooter, you know, support, JJ Redick at best, you know, that kind of thing. They would not be... they would not be as good as what they are is kind of the difference, right? By derping around with all this shit, we're going to end up finding some bug or glitch or something too that just breaks the game or ruins some interaction that you otherwise wouldn't get to see. Let's see if there's any other newer books that we got here that we haven't seen. It seems like they'll just recycle a lot of them. My whole rationale with being so thorough too is like they put all this stuff in there for a reason, you know, like, oh, why am I looking at all the flavor, all the books? But like, why else did they put it there then? I haven't seen too many power outlets actually. Of course, we don't have power anyway, but we got to do it as a realistic simulator. So, did we miss something to interact with or what? Besides the phone, or we end up tossing everything. So in case it actually is important or we need it later, it ends up being you know, it'll be impossible to find this shit, or it'll just keep coming back to where it was. Like, that was one thing that was weird that was happening. I would, like, close the laptop that was on a table somewhere, and then I would leave the room and come back, and then, oh, it's open. So that's scary. That means the monster must have done it, not just that that's how the game is designed that it just resets stuff, or it doesn't expect you to keep going back and forth between rooms and everything. And that's always something that I'm sorry, please help. I didn't mean what I said. Oh, now you want to be all nice, but now I'm not going to forgive you. I'll let you fucking suffer, you bitch. But it's a case where I haven't fought this hard to save a Chloe since Life is Strange, because I turned that into some sort of lesbian fantasy with Max. Like, that was the character RP that I was almost going for, where like she became our priority. So I was willing to sacrifice at the end. I was willing to sacrifice the thing for her, like the city for her, because I kind of that's how I was playing Max. Like, I only cared about her at a certain point, and we had been through so much together and stuff. That's what I was sort of playing into, whereas normally I wouldn't make a decision like that. And I made like a parallel between that and The Last of Us. Like, how come in The Last of Us I would have said I would have given up Ellie in a heart. Oh shit, I didn't see that. You're mine. First it said she's mine, like the about our daughter. But no, it's like I would have given up Ellie in a heartbeat if there was even a small chance, let alone a decent chance, like Marlene was saying, to create a vaccine, create a cure. Absolutely, I would give her up, because that saves all of humanity. Whereas in Life is Strange, like, why would I let a town be destroyed then to save Chloe? But the reason why is because, I don't know, just Max's relationship was different, and and beyond that, you also have so like her priorities are different and all, but also it was only like I guess a town or a city, and there was like a hurricane happening, right? And that would be, and it didn't seem as bad. They were building it up like it was going to kill everybody and it's the end of the world, but it really wasn't that big of a deal. Or maybe we didn't see the worst extent of it. Yeah, we're clearly not the bad guy here behind all this shit happening, because, you know, even the daughter knows that, because it's the ritual that she did, and it's all kind of supernatural shit that's going on. Okay, stop doing this. You must be safe enough where you can always send a text message. Or maybe this is the security blanket that we could always have. Like, we know nothing scary is going to happen or whatever, because we haven't even read the text message, so wouldn't let it advance until then. So, like, what? You haven't looked around your own house to see all this crazy shit on the walls? Like, it's part of the charm. It's part of the appeal. And some of these areas seem to start to repeat, unless it really is repeating. But I don't know how I would have ended up back. I don't know. I felt like I was making progress and going forward somewhere. This is almost towards where we started the game, according to my... I guess it could be like some different door that we could... Yeah, I guess it is. It was just some different door that we couldn't go through before. So this... I think this is where we just were. Bro. Okay, this was like the gaming room. Yeah, I mean, a real gaming room, you gotta have like a PS5 or some shit in here. You can't have fucking little billiards and stuff. What year do you think this is? So we'll leave that. But no. Oh yeah, the phone vibrating. Whose phone really does that? There was something else I was just watching that had that, and I was like, that's not how phones typically work, right? When you get a text message, it'll like vibrate once or make a sound once, and then that's it. Why would it keep doing this? This is like you're getting a call, but it's really just a text, right? It's a way to kind of, I don't know, it feels sort of not realistic, but it's just done for effect. But no, that's not something I ever have happen. Maybe there's some setting like that you can do on certain phones, but it's like, yeah, what was it? Where did I just see that? Where like somebody's getting a text message, but it's making a whole big ruckus about it in terms of the story. I'm trying to game the system a bit too by not reading this, because something will happen as soon as you do. The story behind award-winning artist and sculptor Jessica Webb Thomas. Inspiration come from anywhere, from anything. Okay, I've read some of these. It'd be cool if some of this text changed, or there'll be like bloody writing somewhere on it now. Fascinated by the bonds. Okay, strongest mother and baby. That's why you became a drug addict and abandoned your child. Makes perfect sense. All right, so we got... Go down there. Okay, I'm kind of getting turned around a bit. This is the game room. And one of these was like okay, this is somewhere else. Holy shit, that would get annoying, but it's oddly comforting, right? This is a good regular rhythm. It'll distract you from your other troubles. Right, something abrupt that would fuck with you. Okay, so you have 2 doors that are potentially open, but these are all rooms that I've already been in before. And the reason why is because this is like where we started. You get jump scared by the rain sound. Chloe's diary. I keep saying it like Chloe because I'm obsessed with that from Life is Strange. That's the only Chloe I know. She dumped me all those years ago. Waltz is back. Okay, fine. Some of that anger is certainly justified. We had 2 doors to go into. This is, I believe, the one where the game started, if I'm not mistaken. Get a little ominous musical tone. I said no and left. Like, as soon as you do that shit, I'm like, fuck it, dude. Something would be different here. Maybe everything is changing to reflect, like, these paintings weren't like that before. Or yeah, I love how this would be announcing our presence too. Like, we're trying to be all sneaky and stealthy, crouch, you know, don't make a sound. Just like how the microphone integration might have been a thing. There's just the whole reason why I'm playing the game, because I thought it would be. But yet the vibration of this doesn't bother them at all. So what is this room? Some of this it might not even intend for us to be doing right now. Didn't I miss somewhere that I was meant to go in the other on the other side? Like when I can't remember. Oh, this room is always nice and comforting because you know you got the nice little fireplace. We need more where that came from. Is that just probably back out to the same hallway? Why do I feel like we've not even been in this room before? I mean, some of these rooms were locked. Holy shit. I'm not trying to be annoying with this vibration thing either, but it just feels like... Oh, is this the one where we went upstairs and everything? Oh, this is going to get confusing now because there's going to be too many different ways you can go, which I kind of like, but... I think the brightness thing is just sort of pissing me off. Like, I shouldn't have kept it this low. I don't like to change it during the middle of a playthrough because that feels like cheating, but... Or, you know, it feels sort of disingenuous. I should just decide at the beginning, but I'll maybe overcorrect a little bit with the next one. Bridge and Insider. Another child goes missing. Local boy was one of many children to go missing in recent weeks. He was seen last week playing Knock Knock Run with... Oh, shit. Don't knock twice. Knock Knock Run with his friends. Which I don't even know what that is. And of course, we're invisible. We're a ghost, so we shouldn't be scared of anything. I don't know what this is. But yeah, there's a number of places we can go now. We can go through that door. We can go upstairs, and then we can go through something else on the outside here. Or even... we could go somewhere else here, I thought, but also we went back into the starting room. So let me try to get my bearings. Yeah, see, like, that's scary. That door just closed on its own. This room is very oddly comforting. Like, just having the fireplace, you have nothing to fear. Why not just chill out here till the end of time? A lot of these doors you can open or close, you know, both ways. Wait, I thought there was another door we could go into here. Okay, I keep doing the same thing over and over. Alright, that's fine. This seems like the starting... No, this is the game room. And then there's one more room with respect to the starting room of the game. Let's maybe do the starting... Okay, fine, I'll just fucking do it, but... What's happening to me in the kitchen, the doll, it burns. Some kind of voodoo type shit. Like whatever happens to the doll happens to you. I like the little creaky sounds at the door like that. Little subtle ambiance. That's one thing that Luigi's Mansion does. I won't say that it's a scary game. Even as a kid, I wasn't scared by it. But it was very immersive in the sense that, I don't know, having this one isolated environment be fleshed out that much in so much great detail with every room and every dynamic of the mansion. I really enjoyed the way they presented that. So we got a little blood there. Yeah, this definitely wasn't like that before. So I guess that's what's really happening, is everything is sort of changing as we go around, which is kind of cool. And we had the little baseball hit the window or some shit. That was supposed to be a jump scare earlier at the beginning of the game. I'm not even trying to make fun of it too much, or even when I'm playing horror games, you know, I'll be doing this, but it's like, it can still be entertaining and immersive, but there are, oh, that one's still fine. No, see, this should say like die, 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 or something disturbing on there. But no, it sort of feels as though some of these should have changed too, I guess, since I'm such a glutton for flavor text. This is the karma that we get for being a fucking filthy drug addict. The same way that, like, in a lot of horror stories, like, oh, these young kids are trying to do something, you know, sultry and have sex away from their parents and whatever, and their punishment is they get murdered by some killer. Like, that's almost a trope that Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel discuss. Like, it's almost to imply that, oh, they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. And so this is almost a retribution for it, even if that's not really the case. We came in here just to see that, oh, look what changed. In that sense, it's really like a window dressing walking simulator type of experience. And the reason why is because you know, they're just giving you flavor to look at and stuff to look at. You're not really doing anything with a sense of purpose. Now here I feel so safe and cozy that we would want to actually close this. I don't know if all this was there before, probably not. We got to really appreciate the art and the way it's changed. Imagine if it was just like that before and neither the characters cared or I didn't even notice. But no, I'm sure it was different. I just can't remember exactly what each of them were. Although some of them didn't change either. So what is this? Is it just like a closet or what? I don't think I've been here ever before. Another fireplace. Bro. What? I haven't really needed to crouch yet so far. What is this? Oh, nice. We can open that shit. But now, see, I miss whatever flavor would have been upstairs. But this is like the kitchen, so maybe the dolls are going to come into play. Let's make as much noise as possible. Fuck it, dude. Throw this shit like a frisbee at the killer. This candle is so fucking useless, though. Couldn't you come up with a better plan? Like, you're not as smart as Emily from Until Dawn, where you use your $500 sash and say, I hope this is worth it. I looked really good in that top, in a badass moment where you're able to, wait, grab what? What? I'm doing it, but it's not doing anything. You know, then she uses like a torch. One of the great like reversal moments where I go from hating a character to loving a character through her badassery. Like, in other words, if you're going to be arrogant and bitchy, at least be smart or have some reason to back it up, right? And she definitely does. Right, just the way she deals with that whole thing in the mines by herself is so impressive. You can use an axe to open locked doors by chopping the handles off. Okay, so I guess we have to find the axe first then. Fuck it. Why exactly do we have an axe in the kitchen anyway? Or maybe it's just telling us that in general, as far as like, yeah, if you had an axe, you could do this. But who's to say we have one anywhere? That would be nice. If you had wings, you could fly. Like, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike. The guy on some cooking show says that everybody loves that clip. I mean, it's saying that, but I guess maybe I should have already gotten the axe some other way, or I'm maybe just not seeing it. Oh, that's the doll. Well, I was trying to save her from burning that way, but it just disintegrated like the other thing. So I assume those things are going like into the oh, did I just do that? That's weird. Like I was doing that as if to block the door, but like it's going back down into the basement where the pentagram was, and each of these items are serving like a purpose in the circle, right? They'll each fill like one slot. So is she grateful that I took that out so she's no longer burning, or what? Yeah, you probably shouldn't have that shit left on, dude. That's the fire hazard. Yeah, it's talking about the axe, but I don't really understand if I did something out of sequence or if I'm just missing where it is. It's acting so casual, like, oh yeah, just use the axe. Nice little relaxing music here. There was a young woman bullied and teased by the other people in her village. She was always alone and longed to be a mother and have a child of her to love and care for. As she grew older, she became more and more of a recluse. Children used to prank her, knowing she yearned for a child, and would knock on her front door and run away. It is said that is what drove her insane. In her insanity, she made a deal with a demon. That demon being the Baba Yaga. A deal was made to grant the woman a wish, a child. In doing so, she had to serve the Baba Yaga by making sacrifices to her. As the village children taunted her, she sought revenge on them by putting a curse on her front door. By doing so, she condemning the child who knocked on her door to be the chosen sacrifice for Baba Yaga. Okay. They keep referencing that. Even the daughter was saying like, oh, there's no such thing as... Wait a second. I must just be missing something obvious. Or wait. Oh, that's nothing. Because it's saying, oh, maybe I hard locked myself, which would count as a failure state. Like, you have to just use the axe on the door, but I don't have an axe. So what the... Or wait, now I do. Wait, what is going on? What? Every time I keep saying that today, oh, I don't have the candle. The candle was gone last time. And then it just reappeared at the beginning. And then, oh, I don't have an axe. And now I just do. It must have just been somewhere there, but I can't see shit because it's so dark. Now, clearly, does this mean now it's like Metroidvania? Now we can go through every single door in the whole game because... Now we're going to have to leave this shit around or something? Or no, I guess we keep kind of throwing it when I don't mean to, though. And I'm gonna lose it somewhere too. Like, we should never put this shit down because we should use it to defend ourselves. I love that when a character in a game will do that. Like, let's use this weapon as a tool. Like, oh, we'll use it to open the door or do such and such, but not to actually use it to protect ourselves. Like, they don't even consider that possibility. I mean, the biggest thing is I can't see shit the whole time. I'll end up like walking right into the monster and just fucking whatever. Okay, so we turned that shit off that was burning the thing in the oven. But we already took the doll out, so it shouldn't really even matter. The most useless fucking candle I've ever seen, dude. We did all that just to probably turn that off. Just the lack of ability to see is something that triggers me as somebody who wants to be a completionist too and find all the little flavor. But okay, we can open that. What I want to do is not that could have been a here's Johnny moment. Here's Jesse. Oh shit, you can actually do that. What the fuck? Here's Jesse. Oh fuck, why would it even need to let you do that? No, but does that mean now I can open every single door in the rest of the house? Because, well, first of all, I can't even move this shit, but... But, yeah, it's like... you know, now you could open every single door on demand the way that they're normally like locked or whatever's happening. So if you left click too many times, it'll get rid of that. I don't really know. I turned that off, but so what? I guess now I can open it. As if I couldn't have done that before. Fucking, she wants to keep putting down the stupid ass axe, dude. Okay, so what is the point? Yes, of course. Let's role play this out. What the fuck is going on? Like, now we put that in there. Let's cook ourselves a little bit of dinner. Imagine you really have to do this. Now I'll turn it back on. That was the puzzle we had to do. What? What is this? I have no idea what that's even supposed to be. Is that what we just used to spin it around? The fuck? It's so easy to like lose objects too, that even if there was something you had to do with that, I wouldn't even know. You don't want to lose the axe. Is there a sense of permanence that like it'll be there forever, or like where did it even just go? The fuck? Stuff just kind of goes wherever it wants sometimes. I don't understand. I guess I also feel like you could sequence break a game like this, because I'll do something in a weird order that they never would have expected anyone to do, just because I do things so weirdly. So this you could potentially use in some way, but I can't figure it out, because we already did that and I just shut it off. Maybe there's something over here. That would be kind of a cool mechanic, but now it's not going to let, if I could use the axe on every door ever, but now it's not going to let me leave with it probably somehow. Yeah, see, like, what if I just lose that object? Then you're screwed if you really need that to progress. Or stuff will sort of respawn a little bit in a way that can maybe solve that. Looks like you can always keep going here, but you just can't. We got rid of the doll, and I also... The real hard mode with this is just the stupid ass fucking lighting, I'll tell you. The axe is still there. We're gonna get sort of hard stuck in this moment. Because the stupid ass fridge or whatever fell and I can't get out. I hear like almost some snoring sound. Come on, you stupid bitch. You can't just climb up that shit and deal with that. Maybe you still can do it like this. Look how I'm kind of making it happen. Come on, it'd be so easy to do this, man. All you'd have to do is fucking jump on top of that thing and sort of climb through. Which I'm kind of doing. What? Or like, what part were you expected to hit? Like you were expected to hit the handle, I guess, to open it. Fucking come on. You're obviously not meant to do this as far as I can tell, but if you had half a brain, or if it even was real life, you could easily do this shit. You should never be able to say that in a story. Like, if it was real life, I could do something better than what this character is actually doing. And I'm just a random clown. It's not like I'm some exceptional, you know, life survival skills person. Man. Whatever piece we had in here, I sort of lost. And we were fucking around with the oven a little bit. Here we go, bro. I'm gonna be stuck on a puzzle for a long ass time now. Seemed like we were trying to get the oven to start, but I can't figure it out. And we seem to break that little lever off of that thing. Why we would even want to do that, I don't know. Oh shit. When I throw it on the ground, it doesn't break, but when we just move it around like that, it does. So yeah, I was looking for some form of a, you know, that little lever would be kind of, what are we even hitting? What? Okay. I didn't realize we would even be able to do that. Because again, what I'm looking at there is, it just looks like a wall. I can't see anything. That's literally a shot in the dark. We're just swinging blindly in the dark. Now this was from, wait a second. Isn't this... Oh, now we get to go upstairs like I was trying to do. But no, logically then we wouldn't be able to go back in here because... This is one instance where it actually makes sense that you can't open that door because you have, obviously the fridge there blocking it, which I don't know where the fuck that even came from. It must have been leaning against the side there or something. So now we can go upstairs, but now I wonder, can I, like, if there's a door you can't go in, now it's going to strategically do it where every door is always open anyway, but if there was a door that wasn't open, could I break it with the axe? In other words, just like go anywhere I want. Like, okay. You can break through this, but that doesn't necessarily open the door. Oh, come on. What's the point of the mechanic then? The whole point of the mechanic was to get through the fucking door that you couldn't open, and it would have been a good like Metroidvania thing. Where you get to... Oh, no, it does work. Never mind. Yeah, now it's full Metroidvania mode where you can just go wherever you want. That one little loose brick. Or, oh, wow, we're a ghost. We can just phase through. I just broke the game. What the fuck is going on? What is this room? Like I went somewhere that I'm just not meant to be. Or like, again, sequence breaking. Maybe I'm not meant to be here yet. There's two type of gamers that the first thing you would think to do is that, but I guess I'm just doing that with everything anyway. I don't understand what the fuck is in here. But yeah, I should just be spamming this all the time. So we phased through that, which I don't understand if that's meant to happen. I guess there's just nothing in here. Music is nice, but I mean, it's been going on for a while, and I don't know what exactly triggered it. It happened like right around when we got the doll out of the oven or something, I think. Well, this could be cool because you have the ability to maybe go wherever you want now, where it could almost be overwhelming. Right, like you could go anywhere now in the mansion at any time, potentially. This would actually be kind of sick, turn it into an open world game. Oh, wow. Right, like now there's no limit on anything I can do. Fuck, unless I lose that shit. Now, if I quit out, will I lose the axe? Yeah, we have one more thing to do to potentially progress, but I also want to explore now to the maximum that you can. So this should be the room. Where was it? I could like retrace my steps now throughout the whole house. And the reason why that's good is because you have, again, total freedom to total freedom. Man, I hate that he keeps doing that because you're trying to use this to interact in the same way that that throws shit down. At least the fireplaces just go on forever, so any room with those is always very comforting. And these laptops never run out of batteries, and my phone never runs out of batteries, but I never use it as a light source. Like, what a fucking stupid character. But even when I try to save battery saving mode by putting it down, but that's how ridiculously slowly I'll play this too. Is like, if it was a real life thing, right, my real life laptop battery would have run out as I'm playing this before the fucking one in the game does somehow. Yeah, let's see if we actually keep the axe or how this exactly works. This could be an interesting point in the game where you get to now go around freely. If it takes it away, I'll be very upset because that was what I was really it might actually, because maybe you're not meant to have it anymore, but like how it even almost seemed to take away the candle at the beginning or in the other time. See, like I just lost everything now. I could have really fucking really. Oh, that's bullshit. Because that was like some sort of sequence breaking thing that I was doing. Because I see what I can't do is I can't go back in that kitchen anymore now. Oh, come on. Well, now I guess I have no choice but to go through a linear fucking path. What did I even break open? Oh, it was like one from here. Let's see if it even saves that. That could have like been a whole nother eye-opening experience with the game where you're doing something that you're almost not meant to do. Right where I broke this door. Where is it? Yeah, that would have been so sick, man. Because there's no other way into there, is it? Oh no, I guess we opened a shortcut to there, so maybe I could go back in the kitchen. But I can't remember how. Okay, dude. Random noises are scary. Yeah, this is what buyer's remorse looks like. Forget about your daughter even. Like, what kind of fucked up house did you buy and how did you not notice it was so fucked up till now? So, how did we get to the kitchen anyway? It was in that one. Wait. We're totally gonna sequence break something, because isn't that where I just went and then... Oh, maybe not. Yeah, that is a great upgrade moment where now every door is accessible to me if I can figure this out. So we'll go through and I will... Like, we broke through a wall somewhere to escape from that. And now I don't know how we've done it, because... Or maybe that thing's just gonna be gone. Or yeah, you just can't open it fucking out. We broke through a wall and we ended up somewhere else, which I don't know where that was now. It would logically be like in this direction, wouldn't it? Because you broke it. I don't know what happened actually. I just want to get back in there so I can get the axe, but I don't think it'll let me really. What is this now? This is the same thing we've been doing. First room. Fucking goddamn it. The fact that it would take that shit away from me. Oh, yeah. This should do it. Now the axe should be here. Okay, dude. Okay, we found the fucking secret recipe. So let's continue with that new upgrade. Totally a Metroidvania moment where we solve the candle issue. You just have to take out your phone and then put it away. Otherwise, if you just start, you won't immediately have the candle out. And then obviously you can go back to the kitchen to get the axe, and then you can open any door you want. And then where we were meant to go was like up the stairs, I think, but I'll save that for later. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is going to be episode 4 of me playing this game, which of course, when I go to upload it to YouTube, I probably will combine some of the parts together, so it's kind of less important for that. But yeah, it's one of these slow-paced type of story game playthroughs that I would normally do. But of course, it is first playthrough Permadeath, and it's just sort of getting me in the mindset and the mood for that again, because I haven't played a game like this in a while. Which again, I'm analogizing it more to like Dear Esther or Edith Finch or whatever like that, Gone Home. Not so much that it's actually a horror game is kind of irrelevant, but it's just like a lot of walking and not really doing anything and just soaking in the atmosphere. And I even played it late last night, which I typically don't stream it that late, but it didn't really bother me at all because it's not scary and I'm just desensitized and nothing really scares or bothers me. So I get to show off the fact that I don't get scared by anything in doing all of these. But yeah, so we got to the point where it's basically turning into a Metroidvania game in terms of getting the axe, and it almost makes me seem like I'm doing something I'm not meant to do. There's two sort of weird interactions that happen, like when you quit out and go back to continue, I lost the axe, and I also lose the candle, but you have to just like take out your phone and then put it away, and then you get the candle back. But you don't start with it immediately out, so I thought I had lost it like the first time I did that. And then the one thing I also got baited with this game is I thought it was to do with mic integration, but it's not. Like, it doesn't actually have that. So you end up in the same room that you were at, and we've had this nice little ambient music the whole time. See, like, where's my candle? Wait, that was a little weird. I didn't cause that to happen, did I? But no, it's a little bit unusually dark, which maybe I shouldn't have allowed this to happen. It makes it seem like something new because it flashes like that, but I've already looked at a lot of this stuff. Or I don't know exactly how or when it saves, but clearly this is where I was. Yeah, now using the axe, I can go through and open like every single door in the mansion because you can just break the handle off, which is cool. Like, this is the first open-ended part of the game, but it almost seems like you're not meant to do it. You're just meant to do it to break open this door so you can get out of here, or break open the wall right at the end of the hallway, and then you escape from here, right? Because you're stuck because the stupid-ass fridge fell down or something. In front, where is that? Yeah, that's what punishes you for trying to play a game in the daytime, a horror game, because, oh, you'll get this glare, so you're forced to play it at night. It's like some sort of subliminal way to trap you into, oh, you gotta play, don't try to be a pussy and play a scary game in the day, but it really doesn't bother me at all. So what else do we have? Yeah, it's gonna be a Metroidvania in that sense, and the other thing I was saying is, like, why the fuck don't we respond to her? Like, oh, you know, she keeps texting us with all these mad messages like, oh, I hate you, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, the fact that we have a good enough cell reception to keep getting these messages means we can send one back. But as far as we can tell, we haven't seen us send a single one. And it looks like, oh, the battery's low or empty, but you're able to still keep seeing this. And, like, she's getting pulled away by a demon into the abyss, and you still have good cell phone reception there, like under all this circumstance where we don't have power, the lights are off, everything's gone to shit, but you still have the ability to fucking send text messages. Like, first of all, use this as a fucking flashlight from the light on the phone, and then, like, where you just shake it and the light comes on, or, you know, send a message back just to comfort her. Yeah, like, I'm coming to get you. So the scariest ghost thing that's happening in this game is of our own daughter on the fucking phone, not any actual supernatural creature. We'll grab that. We're dual wield build over here, and we go through here, and then we go to the end of the hallway on the left, which is extremely hard to see. And I was sort of just taking a shot in the dark because I didn't even know. I couldn't even see what I was doing, so I thought I was just stuck there. Like, but you can just break through that. So now, oh fuck, I keep trying to hit left click to swing, but that actually drops it. Yeah, I don't know how long this game actually is, but I've certainly taken my time with it. And again, there's two elements that you could get baited. Like, oh, it's a Permadeath first playthrough, but it's also, you don't know whether there's a failure state or not. I don't think I've seen anything that could constitute one, even, possibly. Or maybe I'm just so good that it's, you know, I would never notice anyway because I'm never going to die. But no, there's seemingly no failure state, and there's seemingly also no mic integration the way that it said it had, which might be only with VR where like the monster can hear you or something. But it doesn't seem like the kind of game... What is going on? You can't really be scared of it if you can't even see what the fuck is happening. I'm probably just being clumsy and knocking shit over. Yeah, this music has been going on for a while, actually. I don't know if it's from radio, probably. It's all over the... I don't know if it's meant to be playing, like, actually in the house. Or if it's just for the benefit of the player. I thought maybe that one you wouldn't be able to open, but... Yeah, that's basically all the Metroidvania means, is obviously, like, you get an upgrade later on in the game that lets you go back and open stuff that you couldn't do before. Like, oh, there was some purple door, and you wondered, like, oh, how am I going to open this? And then you come back later when you get some special plasma beam, wave beam type shit. And it's actually weird that even it's associated with the Castlevania games more so than Metroid, because the old school Castlevania games weren't even like that at all. They were more like arcadey, where you don't really get upgrades, your character doesn't really level up or progress. It's more like... You're just that happened with Symphony of the Night later on, so it's more so to the credit of Metroid games. This is what exactly? This is the billiards room and stuff. I mean, I've been through all these rooms, so you would think doing this is pointless, but at least everything will be open from now on. I'm just mega completionist at times when I play games like this. Or I don't know if it'll make you have to do this every time. I guess probably not. Right, like once I... What the fuck? Once I break them open, they should be open forever, I guess. That's a dead end. What is this? But yeah, this one I could just phase through, which was kind of weird. And we heard like a little baby here. Sometimes it'll repeat the same shit over and over, too. For some of these objects that we've been looking at have been... they'll sort of dematerialize, and presumably they're going down into the basement area on the pentagram, and like when you... Yeah, like that. Well, I guess I sort of forgot to do that then, but we've seen that same sort of doll a million times, so why would this one be any different that you would have to interact with? It sort of desensitizes you to that a little bit, right? You're seeing all these random objects that you can't interact with, but all of a sudden, oh, now you do have to interact with that. So is this the one that led to the kitchen, or what is this? No, I guess not. A lot of these places I've been to before, and I don't think anything different is really happening, but... I'm gonna be so fucking lost. I think this is pretty much where you start the game, possibly. Whoa, what was that? The way it opened so aggressively there. You can't lock me into a room anymore, though, like if the door just magically closes and it's supposed to scare you. So I think this is where we're meant to go. This is like the kitchen that we can't even go into from this angle anymore. So the way that you get the axe is you have to like go through the little thing that you opened up on the other side of the wall, which is like, I should probably remember that because I'm gonna have... Oh shit, now we're getting the glare. Fuck. We're getting a glare. The sun's coming out. What the fuck, dude? I have blinds and everything, but oh man. Oh man, this is the hard mode moment. Yeah, this is the crack in the wall. Let me try to retrace my steps to like the beginning, because I'm getting very confused. We could go up the stairs, but I'm kind of saving that in case, you know, let's explore everything that we can as soon as we're able to before we potentially progress the story. Yeah, it's been pretty linear so far. I feel like this is where you start, is it not? This is like that first room. Yeah, it is. And we saw the little blood here. So it almost is like it's meant for you to come back here, or even if you're not meant to, you're able to see some different flavor, at least if you do. That's pretty much all it is. Go in a room, see a little jump scare, and then move on. Right, like there's no real sense of purpose that you're doing here. I guess you're sort of solving some sort of puzzle to do with the fucking... have I ever been out here now? Is this just the same courtyard where we saw the chick at the top of the thing in the window, or could be a totally different area? What is this? Okay, this is a gate. I'm pretty sure I've been out here, but I can't remember. This will just go back like into the courtyard area. These games almost try to trick you with like, oh, they have more gameplay than what they actually do. You're just kind of wandering around doing random shit and just witnessing stuff more so than doing anything. But oh no, this is technically puzzle solving and blah blah blah. Like it's very straightforward and linear still in a way that, you know, it's not. Sometimes it's like an excuse for something. The fact that like, oh, it's immersive and it's, you know, it's a story game or whatever. The whole dynamic is that our daughter hates us, and maybe rightfully so. We became a drug addict and all. I can't tell if I just went in a circle or where. Like, I cannot see a damn thing in this part. At the next game, I'm definitely going to overshoot with the fucking brightness, but I just don't want to do it now necessarily. Is this where it leads down into the basement area? Like with the... the little symbols and shit that we're doing. This is like the dimmest, weakest fucking candlelight shit that you've ever seen too, because oh, maybe this one you can't do. What the fuck? Or you can even do a little here's Johnny type thing and break through some of the parts of the door, which seems almost pointless to do. It would let you hit like portions there, but I guess this one is immune from that. Come on, fucking stupid bitch. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going down to like the underground chamber. This is talking about Baba Yaga. Isn't that a character in Smite? Because, you know, they obviously rip off every fucking mythology in the universe. Which is always weird because it's like, obviously those things are not like anybody's intellectual property, but it feels like, oh, so I could just make a game myself and just have those characters in there. Like, what, you know, just use mythology as much as I want. Oh god, this fucking darkness, dude. So that's at least one door that we can't open. We have all these little statues that potentially we sculpted ourselves since we're like some famous artists now. Or possibly they were already here. And it was a place just where some other artists lived and they were clearly into some freaky shit. Alright, this should be going back out to the gates. That was going down to the downstairs. They even gave you a map, but they don't let you like look at it on demand. It's just like kind of there must have been some door that I haven't ever been in, and now I'll be able to go in for the first time. And again, I could almost be sequence breaking it in a way that, like, you know, maybe you're not meant to do this yet. Like, I'll sort of jump the gun and do something that I'm not meant to do. What else do we have here? That music is getting fainter now, I guess. This is we're outside. Yeah, I love that. You know, I hear the cell phone reception is great in hell this time of year because fucking our daughter's still texting us regardless of what's happening to her. At least that way we know she's not dead or whatever. There's at least 2 doors here that I can look at. And I've definitely been through them before, but this, I swear, the brightness is the biggest fucking huck job in this whole thing. Which is kind of my fault, but... Wait, there's one thing over here, which I don't really remember what was over here. That one I didn't even have to break open. So what is this? Oh no, this is the downstairs part. Now, have we gotten like all the other shit to appear here, or only the teacup? I thought, or the goblet. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Fuck. She put my name, I guess, in it because she was trying to do a ritual to kill us to take revenge. But I thought all those items were ending up here at some point. Right, that we kept having disappear, but I guess not. And then the baby disappeared from this as well. Average NA fucking person trying to abort a baby, am I right? I keep making that joke about Casey Anthony. Like, if she had done that, if she had an abortion, she would have been a hero. But because she, you know, she would have been a champion of women's rights instead of a criminal, perceived as a criminal at least. Because they have that new documentary coming out of her, like with the where the truth lies or whatever. That everybody's mad about, like, oh, don't give her a platform or whatever. But no, I'm a little confused about this part because it seemed like, oh, we were supposed to put an object on each of these, but now I don't know because all the objects we've been getting and causing it to disappear. Oh no, it is actually doing it. That was like the burnt thing. What about the other doll though? I thought that would appear here in some form. No, that's just like the inconsistency of it. Like, oh, if you do it at that point, it's okay, but if you do it later, it's bad. Like, it's a little bit arbitrary. Little pizza and microwave station here. I mean, all this could have been avoided if you just had a fucking generator. Or maybe we do, and it's just like the supernatural forces at work are causing this shit to happen. So we haven't even gotten like a really good look at the certain things might be scripted to happen at just certain times that you're like, you know, or maybe we'll have to do the ritual and sacrifice ourselves to save our daughter. That would be kind of a good ending. So we have to put all the 5 things on there and, you know, make something happen like that. Okay, which way did we not go? This is... Okay, this is the thing. So it's the other side. The song is going to be fucking burned in your brain. But that means I have like 3 more objects that I have to offer up to the pentagram, probably. Would be... I don't know whether that means that'll be when the game ends, but that'll at least be some major event. So we have only 2 of them that are actually in there. Even though I thought a 3rd should have been, because you have that other doll that just disappeared, and I feel like maybe even some other objects too. Read. What am I reading? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that's my kind of reading, where you get to fucking swing an axe. So what was in here? I think that's actually just bugged. At one point, we might have an option to read something, but not like all as what we're doing here. All these paintings got kind of fucked up too at some point. Okay, so where is this now? I think we pretty much retraced most of our steps. I'm going to end up going in a circle after a while because there's so many parts that kind of lead to the same place over and over. This is going to be where we go up the stairs. So let me just check one more thing here. Officer, I didn't kill them with an axe. I was just reading. That's what the game told me. I was just reading. This is teaching kids how to read. This is how you make reading exciting. So this is not a door that you can interact with seemingly in any way. You can't even do the here's Johnny moment. It's so weird that it even lets you do that because it doesn't serve any purpose. Like, the way that you open the door is by breaking the thing, not by breaking the handle, not by actually breaking through the side of it. Oh, I guess theoretically you could do that and sort of reach through. You could reach through and do it that way. I'm kind of getting lost because I want to go like everywhere I haven't been, but I feel like I'm missing something in some area. Of course, all this is probably unnecessary to do. Or maybe it's not, because you might eventually have to do it to try to find the other stupid shit. The other 3 offerings, I guess. Yeah, as if that's a good idea. We're having this problem with demons and everything, and the way that we solve it is by offering up shit to a pentagram. Like, that could just exacerbate the problem or make it worse. Like, oh, she did that ritual and it caused her to get kidnapped and taken away by a demon or something, so let's do the same thing, and the same thing totally won't happen to us. Like, what the fuck? Or like, we'll go into there and try to chase after her by doing that. What was even here? That I forgot. We just went here, but then Probably hit a dead end. There might be some object too that like I'm missing and say, oh yeah, this is. I don't know if I've been in there before. Now I just can't open it, but you can't use the axe on it at least. Let's see. Best way is to hug against the wall because otherwise you can't see shit of what you're doing. The extra hard mode playthrough of this game. Not only would it be permadeath, but it's also, which it doesn't seem like there's going to be any failure state even for it. Either that, oh god, either that or just the fact that it's so fucking dark. Okay, we've done all this, so all I have to do now is figure a way to see if there's any other area maybe that I would want to backtrack to. Otherwise we can just kind of keep going, go up the staircase. I'm kind of trying to backtrack in order because like, okay, this is where you start the game. I think I should know this layout pretty well by now. Fuck, did I lose it? Okay, this is the same shit. Or yeah, in so many horror games, you can always just look at it like the character could escape the situation at any time if they really wanted to, but they stick around for some other reason, like, oh, they want to save somebody in this case, which I can respect that, but this is like the kitchen area that you're going to go back into from there. This is like the billiards room, I guess. Or no, it's not. This is the thing where you're going to go upstairs. It's turning into an open world game where you get to go to any room in the house. Wow, amazing. 10 out of 10. But whether you can actually do very much in doing that, I think some of the rooms have given us like another little interaction or flavor. Like something has happened. Like the blood in the first room. Maybe we're meant to see that later, but at least something is different than when we've seen it before. Okay, I can't figure out what's happening with this. It opens the other way. Some of them open both ways. They go in and out. Yeah, pick up the stupid ass axe. I don't know why the left click would have to throw it down. Like, I don't know what purpose that's really serving. So what else do we have here? I guess there really wasn't a door that I hadn't already been through. Right, because we've not really discovered anything new in doing this. So maybe it was pointless to try to explore or whatever like we're doing. But I'm just doing it because you're able to do it, not so much because it's actually necessary. You open this shit. This is the billiards room again, and we have all these fucking lights that we could potentially use. Summoning ritual, that's herself at a young age, or is that us? That's her. And her little ruby that she was always into those kind of things, maybe. And now she's using her interest and knowledge of that to fucking perform demonic satanic rituals and shit. So this one we already did. This is where you go through the wall. And then this I thought was the kitchen, but I don't know. Right, like you shouldn't be able to open it all the way, or maybe this is something else again. Fuck. Or this just leads right back out. Okay, bro, let's go up the fucking stairs. We're obviously gonna have to go back through all this at some point later. I'm just sort of jumping the gun. We look through the, or that's where the kitchen is. Okay. We see the little bloody thing there, which I don't think was there before. Insert jump scare moment in 3, 2, 1 seconds, because you know, even though I've been here before. Oh yeah, I might not have been through these actually. I sort of just went up here and it was sort of a dead end. Oh, look at the lighting in this room. Now this is a dream come true. Right, you could never scare somebody under this circumstance. I keep fucking dropping that shit. This is a playable teaser type moment where you get trapped in the bathroom. Not that you're really trapped even. It just closed it on me. Now my candle went out, which I don't think that really happens on its own because it never really does happen. Like, is that what I was supposed to do? Like, just do every random interaction that you can. Swing, swing. Let's see. There's too much shit that you can interact with in games like this that doesn't actually do anything. That when it finally does do something, it'll kind of fuck up, you know? We are married, I think, because our husband was giving us that little, the fucking, endorsement that, oh, we're fit to be a mother, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, our water runs even without the electricity. Let's just toss everything in the fucking tub. You would always be weary that, like, oh, you know, none of this stuff is going to get you hard stuck. Like, so, oh, you need this item, but then you dunk it in there and then you can't use it anymore. Like the other thing I was doing. Wow, so scary. And why did that even happen necessarily? Like, 4862. Okay. We haven't had anything where we can really input a number, I don't think. But no, it's like they wouldn't let you get hard locked. So if you couldn't, decorating book. Yeah, you smell a little bit here. This will help you out. Keep losing my fucking axe. Oh god, now I'm not gonna be able to find it. It was so bright when we first came in here too. Or the light in this game is like very narrow. Like it'll be, I wonder if I went back to the kitchen if it would actually come back. Like the scope of how much it lights up is almost unrealistically small. What the fuck? God damn it, now I can't fucking find it. We can just leave that running forever, and then 4862. We have to remember that. This game thinks it's playable teaser with all these fucking similar references. We're like on the radio, they'll tell you the number, and you have to remember that. Maybe I can just light my candle and then I'll come back for that. Okay. But no, it seems more like a scripted thing that you're able to do that. What the fuck? Where could I have put it? It was like right here. I could always just quit out and go back to the kitchen, I guess. I don't really even necessarily need it. Or maybe I will need it now. Or maybe that's what happened. Maybe I missed the whole point. The fucking monster took my axe from inside the tub. Maybe. But the joke's on you. I'll just do what I just said. I'll go back to the kitchen and get it again because it probably will respawn. And it's like... by quitting out, it would effectively allow you to do that, I think. Let me actually test the limits of this. Wait, is this where we just came from? It's very hard for me to keep track of anything with how dark it is. You don't even realize. Or it's actually probably even worse from that perspective. There's a reflection in there. Like, I'm looking for the staircase now and I can't find it. Bro, this is kind of bullshit. Like I said, I didn't want to change the brightness in the middle of a playthrough, but this is fucking stupid. Between the glare and just the general darkness of it. It always gives you that thing at the beginning, like, oh, do this until it's barely visible, but I guess I didn't appreciate fully what that would mean. So where the fuck did I come from? Okay, this is the door we just went in. So the staircase should be here. What? Yeah, let's go back to there and see if we can. It's like right over here. It's not like we have to go very far. See if that axe has come back. And if I genuinely did just lose it in the bathroom, then I guess we're fucked. But I guess that's what that interaction was supposed to show. The fact that... what do you call it? That they took the axe from us, and maybe I just didn't understand. Because I was clearly so scared that it threw me off. But no, it's supposed to be that there's like a hole in the wall that we were trying to deal with. Right? So wasn't it like over right down here? What did they do? Like fix it in this amount of time? Oh no, here we go. Yeah, now we'll have a good read on at least seeing whether that'll respawn or not. I'm sort of trying to game the system and almost cheat it a little bit. There's something weird too here, like a little piece of something that I couldn't figure out what to really do with. Like a little piece of a lever. Yeah, like this. I don't know what to do with that. It could be a puzzle, but whatever interaction with that we already did, so... Made a noise like it latched onto something, but I don't know. Like we did that to turn the oven off so we could go in there and take the doll out. So maybe there's no need to do anything with it now, but... I bet maybe if I quit out though, it could do something. Oh yeah, you could totally take a knife from in there and use that as a weapon to protect yourself. Which again, these characters in these type of stories are always so dumb that they don't do anything like that ever. Okay, now the only thing to do is go back up the stairs again. At least now I don't have to worry about constantly dropping the damn thing, but at least that was a functional jump scare. It wasn't just a jump scare for the sake of doing it. It was for the sake of trying to, you know, actually take the axe away, I guess. And so I'm not used to them actually serving a purpose. I was surprised when it happened, and I still am not even sure if that is what's meant to have happened or if I just dropped it somewhere. Okay, so I have been up in this area, but I haven't what? I don't know now whether I got fucked on that. It'll just still be in the bathroom somewhere and I just can't find it. And you can't even use the fucking thing in there. The candle. Just a dead end or what? Or no, it makes it look like you're going somewhere by doing that. But it's just a mirror. Bunch of random books that they keep recycling. No, I'm guessing that would effectively be the win condition or whatever that you're trying to get the 5 things on the pentagram, which supposedly we've only gotten 2 so far. Yeah, there's one more door here. Now, could I have opened that before I lost the axe if that was scripted to have happened? Maybe I could have broken the lock on that too. Or actually there was a cupboard in there too that maybe you could have done that with in terms of the game room. I guess maybe I forgot to do that if that was possible. You have this thing here, and then you have one other door in here. Missing child. I think this is the same one that we've seen before. Maybe not in the same place. 4-1, hair color brown. Date missing 10th October 2016. Talk about a blind playthrough where you can't fucking see anything because it's way too goddamn dark. Let's see. So we have the one door here. Yeah, the only part that I'm fucked on now is it almost maybe is like, oh, you're meant to have the axe, but then I can't do anything because what is this? I don't remember really seeing this before. There was another door somewhere and now I can't find it. There'll be some other random shit that you're gonna get to, you know, try to add to the pentagram thing. You don't even have to bring it there. It just sort of dematerializes and then does that. So is this the bathroom again? Or no, this is just another view of the same thing. Yeah, we still only have 2 of those. One of them is the burnt doll and one of them is the little goblet, I guess. Or which the goblet was already even here. What's happening to me in the kitchen? The doll, it burns. We already took care of that shit, dude. Some kind of like voodoo interaction where whatever happens to the doll maybe happens to her. So it's possible that we fucked something up with the axe. I'd love to see us get hard stuck because of that. In terms of, you know, because we lost it somehow. Now I can't do anything else. We just came up from a staircase. Let's see. Okay, so the only other thing, there's like 2 more doors in here. The one thing I could almost think that might work is if I quit out and then come back in, the axe might reappear there the way that, you know, otherwise it would despawn. So let me try to figure out, because yeah, there's 2 things we could potentially interact with here with it. One is a door, one is like the little lock cabinet thing, and then one is also the other cabinet in the game room with the billiards board and stuff. So let me go in that bathroom once more and try to see if I can find the axe. But if I can't, then I'll be kind of screwed. And this music will never fucking stop either. The game is pretty obscure, so like the only reason why I played it was because I wanted to play into these ones that are like, you know, oh, it's like a mic integration one. For whatever reason, I'm just sort of interested in trying some of those. But now I got baited so hard that it's not even like that. And we can't even escape like with the failure state. Or it'll be another dumb interaction where we have to like... Where the fuck is that bathroom, dude? I'm totally fucking lost. I keep going down probably the same thing over and over because I can't see anything. Okay, fucking... Alright, let me double check this again, although the problem is that I also can't... Oh no, that's not even it. The problem is that the candle goes out when you're in here too, which is kind of dumb. So if the axe is in here, I could have just dropped it somewhere that's maybe hard to see. I don't think I dropped it necessarily in the tub. No, it almost seems like that's what you're meant to have right now. Unless there's something else you can interact with here. Fuck, man. That stupid ass left click dropping it is what makes you so paranoid, because it's going to be, maybe there is something you're meant to do in here. All it served the purpose was just you get jump scared and go in here and just fucking 4862, but I wouldn't even have, again, anywhere to use that on. Or maybe that lock you can actually interact with in some different way. Let me actually try that, and then if that doesn't work, I'll try to actually quit out and go back to the kitchen. And that might allow me to get the axe again, which, again, in theory, couldn't I have done that first, is what I'm thinking. Like, I could have tried to break open this door first and then done the bathroom after, assuming that the bathroom took that shit away from me. Okay, where is the fucking little thing now? It is the little safe with the lock on it. Come on, bro. This is getting irritating, actually, right? Such a linear game, but yet you can still get lost because of how hard it is to see, which, again, is kind of my fault. But again, that's part of the hard mode format. We're not allowed to change the brightness throughout. Okay, this leads back to like that way with the bathroom, I guess. So somewhere here there was like a locked thing. What is this? Wait, we haven't been in here, have we? I can't even tell where it is. I had a dream last night after I was messing around with that ritual shit I found. Or no, we have seen this. Or isn't this like the... Oh, this is like her room that we had been through at some point. So we've read all this. I was a drug addict. I hate those words. Okay, at least I haven't been in this area in a while. Assuming that anything's even going to be different. Just a closet. Yeah, this is basically her room. But it's your fault, even though we're a bad mother. It's still your fault for being stupid and messing around with satanic ritual shit. So where the fuck was the actual thing here? The little box. Yeah, this little grandfather clock thing. This is another door, which I don't know where we are now. This is the same thing. We end up back here. The thing that, you know, she's maybe giving you like little pointers on what to do with the text, but the last thing that she said was to do with the doll. Then fucking bullshit. This mechanic can be a little annoying with how you have to do that. Move like the mouse. It's like very stiff sometimes. Okay, so I'm looking for mainly the now we're getting an even bigger glare. I'm looking for that little thing that we just saw with the lock. And whether we can put a code in it or whether I can, maybe we'll quit out and go to the box. I kind of stumbled upon it multiple times, and so I'm confused as to how it would be so hard to find out. Alright, so this is that end with the door. You're a fucking millionaire artist and you can't afford a shitty little fucking generator or any other form of light that we could potentially get here. Where the fuck did that thing go? You are mine is always written everywhere. Is that just the corridor again, or is that something else? Wait, this will go back towards the bathroom. So that little closet thing, I'm completely lost in terms of finding it. I stumbled upon it multiple times, but now I just can't find it. Because now this will end up leading out towards like the staircase in the bathroom. Right, this is the one door. Or no, it's not. This is wait, so one of these should be leading to the stairs. Oh my god. You could end up doing this shit forever, man. So aside from getting the axe, though, I'm not even too sure what you'd be interacting with. Maybe that lock thing, but like I said, I can't even fucking find it. It's a fucking linear path. Like, what is so weird about this? Okay, this is like a dead end. This is the door. We just went in there. Dude, I'm about to fucking turn this shit up. Like, I don't want to, but this is getting kind of dumb, or it's not even letting me now. Or no, it is. 1. Let me just see what it looks like in theory. That makes it look like not really scary at all. That's like cheating. Like, yeah, what effect would this even have? Like, that doesn't look like it's a horror game at all. Whatever, I'll still stay honorable to not changing it in the middle. There's no other path where you kind of cut off here, so I'm completely... I guess I could consider this a failure state. Oh, if it takes too long for me to not make any progress. This is her room, I'm pretty sure. And then you have the ability to do probably 2 things here, which again, you could open the door or potentially open that little lock thing. Neither of which I can do because I don't have the axe anymore. But yeah, because of the lack of the mic integration too, it made it kind of annoying to oh, here it is. Now can I enter a code save thing or what? Because we got the 4862, but there's nothing you can really interact with that way. So I guess the only other thing I could do is I'll go back to the kitchen and I will get the axe, assuming if I quit out and it comes back. Otherwise, I give up and I'll just stop playing this game. And I'll consider it a failure state. Fuck it. Or just as I'm about to say that, the game wants to throw me a bone. Now the music stopped. Like, what did I even do that was substantial there? Like, all I did was explore around. I didn't actually do anything. I didn't get another object for the ritual. I'm still gonna try my little theory though. If I'm able to actually get the axe back, I'm just obsessed with that now. I was just celebrating how, oh, it's becoming Metroidvania, blah blah blah, and so obviously I want to take advantage of that. So let's see if we can kind of cheese the game's own expectations and get the axe back by doing this. I should have done this like a month before because like, oh, the whole month of October could have been like, you know, horror themed games. But it's more like I just had an urge to play one on Halloween, and then because of that, I'm like, oh, I may as well make a format out of it, where I go through a whole bunch of these, and then we'll segue from that to the itchy.io Gauntlet, where I play a bunch of games on there that are just like free and obscure and whatever. So we go ahead, we take this shit out, and I'm assuming the axe is not going to be there. Oh, that would have been cool if I found like some way to break the interaction. So I'm assuming you're not meant to have it because it would have respawned here even if it was in the bathroom. So I guess that's fine. Let's just see what really changed in terms of you know, the music stopped the last time, right? There was like a big piano sound and then it stopped. So I thought that was like some weird form of progress that we made. So where did we go to make that happen? Just in the room with the staircase itself. That door opens sort of weirdly sometimes. Yeah, like that. So, oh my goodness, how scary. Something random noises happen. In a way, it's almost a relief because that means like you're making some form of progress. So now, front Jess and baby Chloe, happy times, happy face. The right note is the key. The right note is the key to find the spirit of the servant. Well, if we can interact with something, I'll just do it. Like, fucking, it's not up to me. The right note. Either you can interact or you can't. Like, it's not really up to me in terms of, oh, I'm gonna hit the right thing. So this is also something we need potentially the axe for. I guess I never tested whether the axe would work on that. On the locks, because we did have the opportunity to do that on some other one. If it was like, you know, what was it called? In that one room we saw the lock, like in the billiards room. So maybe I just fucked myself by not using the axe adequately before going into that stupid ass bathroom. Because again, nothing would have stopped me from potentially using it on other stuff. So there could be something to do with this that is going to be, you know, one of the ritual items. I just don't understand. The right note is the key to find it. So fuck, it keeps doing that. The right note, I mean, the only way I guess would just be to open the lock, which I can't do. And even that little code we got doesn't seem to have any value to us. That fucking ghost just ended up playing every fucking note possible on there anyways. We were listening to it for like an hour, so evidently none of that really helped us. So now give us another text message, I guess. It really just seems to want you to wander around as much as possible. Or maybe some other door is now going to randomly open on its own that I haven't been in. Is this just going to be her room again? Or not? God damn it, dude. And then you have random shit that you're breaking all over the place. We're just a clumsy bitch. We hear potentially the water running that we left on in the fucking bathroom all day. We got the code 4863, but I don't know if anything that we would have been able to use that on so far. It seems completely irrelevant to us so far. So we're hearing all kind of weird stuff, which maybe that's a good sign because it means that something different is happening or you have made some progress. But we have the 4863. We have the fact that we have a couple locks to potentially open in the billiards room, in that hallway, and also in that on the piano. Maybe we did sequence break something in a weird way that like we lost the axe and now we need it to do something. Fuck. I hate to concede a run and with no failure state, but it almost seems like if I can't figure something out quickly, it seems like a waste of time. And my biggest detriment is the fucking lighting. Should I be allowed to cheat and do it when I didn't want to? I don't know how much that would even help, but there could be something just visually obvious that I'm missing. But again, this game isn't even meant to be part of what I was doing because, again, I was trying. And now that makes me worried that I'm going to get baited on some of these other titles because I bought like 10 games that all had to do supposedly with the little microphone integration. For whatever reason, I'm just intrigued by that. Not saying the whole game has to really be based around that, but just it would be, you know, just different in terms of. It would be different in terms of it's a part of the mechanic. It doesn't mean it's the whole game. Where it can just be like one little aspect of it. Yeah, I can't really figure out what the fuck is. I just keep going in circles because I can't see anything, so I just give up. But no, that would be one of the interactions that we could potentially do. The stupid ass thing. The is this the billiards room again? Maybe there was a code we could enter on something here in the locks. You would almost think that's what it's about, but I can't remember a single thing that really involved that. Or maybe you have to look at these and use like the right numbered balls. Yeah, like even this, you can't do anything. So either you use an axe or you just have to get a key somewhere. Like there's nothing super clear about it. That is so weird. So like I went in that bathroom at a time where maybe I wasn't meant to go in that bathroom. You got like a million fucking lamps in here and not one of them is any use to me. You'll end up using it as a weapon. Am I really gonna reach a failure state in a game like this? Because I have no idea what's going on. The only thing we have is a code, and maybe I just missed somewhere where I would potentially have been able to use it. But I can't remember a single thing that is like actually related to any sort of entry like that. So what I might have done is I might have failed to I might have failed in a different way by like losing the axe, which I don't understand how that would have happened, or maybe I sequence broke it or whatever. Yeah, maybe I concede the run. I hate to do it, but unless something happens soon, I really can't figure it out. Lost to a game with no failure state. Count number 3 or whatever, like with contradiction with Professor Layton versus Phoenix, right? Lost to darkness, but I'll let that be the theme of this one and then trying to not make the same mistake again with something else where I'll overshoot a little bit with the brightness. So, and I like that about my permadeath formats too. Like when I do a first playthrough permadeath, it's like if I die, then it creates like a canonical ending for the characters in the game. Like so now Chloe is actually gonna die, and we're gonna be all depressed and just become a drug addict again because we, you know, relapse because we lost our daughter and we feel all guilty about it. So like it creates like an alternate ending, right? How you can get like a bad ending in some games. So like in Danganronpa, my official ending for me is like an alternate ending that isn't actually a real ending in the game, but it's like we lose to Leon in the first case and we just die, and that's the end of the story. Like, so it happens organically because that's genuinely when I lost and when I died. And so because of that, you feel like you know, that's actually could be an alternate ending, that like, oh, so there's no such thing as like beating the game or losing the game. It's just like you're gonna get a different ending one way or another. So if you die even once, whatever point you die at is where the game actually ends, and that's the alternate ending that you got. So in my sort of own canonical lore of my playthroughs, it does actually lead to a very interesting outcome. But I can look at all my playthroughs and say, oh, I got the Leon ending in Danganronpa where I died to him in case 1, or I got some other ending like in LA Noire where I died on the little cat rope tight walk on the fucking beam of the chandelier like a clown at the circus, going on the tightrope. I guess I give up because I can't figure this shit out. Partly because of the darkness, partly because of some potential sequence breaking that I did. I really don't know. Okay, fine. So let's see what the next one we're going to do next time is. I'll actually concede the run. I mean, I don't really feel like I care too much about it anyway, but it doesn't seem like a bad game, and I am kind of a little interested to see what would have happened with the story. But maybe I'll try it again at night when there's no glare, or maybe I should fuck around with the darkness. But no, the next one would be, I'm just kind of going in whatever order they're appearing on Steam. But like, Emily wants to play. Now again, which of these is actually going to have microphone integration, I don't know, but that was the main element that I was trying to do in terms of you know, what these games are based around. Okay, see you tomorrow.